We're going to get, oh, that's not going to work. We're going to get started here in just about 1 minute. We're going to get started in just about 1 minute. Nobody cares. Wait, why are we beginning with the vote on the consent agenda? But we're not.
It's a huge turnout. I think it's all teachers. It's bargaining night, so there's a lot of teachers here.
Hey, please make sure I talk to you before you leave today.
Okay, what about?
So, just let me know.
We're starting the meeting.
Okay. It's good, though. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get going. If folks could take a seat, we're going to start the meeting. I think I have a gavel here, so it's not nearly as loud as it is in the boardroom. I'm going to break the gavel. Good evening, everybody. We're going to get started. This work session and public meeting of the Board of Education for March 7th, 2023 is called to order. This meeting is being live streamed on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28. It'll be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks, and you can check the district website for replay times. So welcome, everybody. I'm sorry we're getting started just a few minutes late tonight, but I appreciate everybody being here. We're really excited to hold our meeting at the beautiful McDaniel High School. Yay. And I do want to take a moment just to thank Principal Skiles for being here this evening. And Principal Skiles, would you like to share a few words with us tonight? I think we've got microphones.
Welcome. There's work. Welcome, everybody, to McDaniel High School. My name is Adam Skiles, principal for McDaniel High School. I have been fortunate enough to be a part of this community for going on 14 years. Amazing students, amazing staff, and now we've got this extraordinary building. I could not be prouder to be a part of this community, and I have the great privilege of introducing Mr. Dell.
This is the McDaniel Wind Ensemble. We're going to perform for you El Capitan. Thank you for supporting music education. We really appreciate that. And again, the McDaniel Wind Ensemble.
Great, thank you very much. That was wonderful. We have a lot on our agenda tonight, and tonight we're actually going to start off with a couple of acknowledgments. So this week is National School Social Workers Week. The timing is perfect. Yeah. So the timing is really perfect to acknowledge the incredible social workers that support our students and families in this district. And Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Scott, and good evening, directors. And thank you, Principal Skiles, for having us here at McDaniel. And of course, it's always a treat to hear our students perform. Thank you to our music director. Yes, our school social workers play an absolutely critical role in our communities, supporting our students and families, often through individual and group counseling, crisis prevention, intervention, parent education, training, collaboration with community agencies and organizations, and so much more. Here to talk a little bit more about our school social workers is our Chief of Student Support Services, Mr. Jay Buno. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Chair Scott, Directors, Superintendent Carrero, and Student Representative McMahon. I appreciate the opportunity to recognize the work of our amazing PPS school social workers. National School Social Worker Week, celebrated this year, this very week, focuses attention on the contributions of school social workers within our school system and how they impact students as a result of their work that they do every single day. PPS has 51 comprehensive school social workers and 12 additional social workers that support our MPG programs. National School Social Worker Week highlights the tremendous impact social workers have in helping students achieve school success. This week we honor our social workers and provide recognition that they are a vital part of ensuring all students have access to quality learning by using their training and position to advocate for students and families and address barriers to the educational process. This evening, we wanted to highlight the amazing school social worker team working out of our Student Success and Health Department, and I'm going to invite our Senior Manager, Amy Rona, to say a few words.
Thank you, Jay. Superintendent Guerrero, Student Representative McMahon, board members, and all the community that is here. Thank you for acknowledging this first full week of March as School Social Worker Week. My name is Amy Rona. I work in the Student Success and Health Department as a Senior Manager. I use she, her pronouns, and I racially identify as white. This is something our department is committed to naming, our intersectional identities when we introduce ourselves, so we know who is at the table and who's not at the table. As Chief Buno mentioned, there are social workers all over PPS in many departments, including 12 in the MPG programs, led by an area senior director, Karina Wolf, who is a school social worker, and supported by social worker Julie Prindle. Among my many varied responsibilities in Student Success and Health is to work closely with our school social worker on special assignment, Michelle Harrison, to support all of the comprehensive school social work group. 4 years ago, there were 6 social workers in comprehensive high schools. 6. Today there are 51 comprehensive social workers making an impact in 46 buildings. Of the 63 MPG and comprehensive social workers, many identify as people of color. Our department has made a commitment to not just recruit, but do everything we can to retain social workers of color and amplify their work. One of the ways we've done this is to provide regular affinity spaces, acknowledging that staff of color experience regular microaggressions and higher levels of racial distress. Who are social workers? What do they do? Jay mentioned some of them. Social workers are laser focused on dismantling oppressive racist systems and uplifting all the different identities of our students in Portland Public Schools. They're at the forefront of child serving system navigation, like mental health and DHS, advocating alongside their students and families for responsive services. School social workers work closely with the McKinney-Vento team in supporting families who experience housing instability. They work with Reconnection Services, who support students in getting connected to educational programs that work for them. Social workers care coordinate with our Multnomah County partners. They engage in suicide prevention and intervention. They connect youth to substance use services. They develop safety and support plans for students experiencing high mental health acuity. and they amplify student voice within spaces like Black student unions and gay straight alliances. After events of impact like deaths, hate-based incidents, community violence, social workers model healthy grief responses and collective healing. Finally, school social workers work closely with other student service providers on their school teams. School psychologists, many of whom are here today, school counselors, and QMHPs. Adequately funding these cohesive teams with their varied lenses is integral in wrapping around student mental wellness at all tiers. Thank you so much for continuing to fund school social workers, for your time this evening, for your support, not just of school social workers, but of all of the student service providers supporting our students.
Thank you. Thank you for that testimony. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6655, acknowledging National School Social Work Week, March 5th through 11th, 2023?
So moved.
Second.
I think that was pretty much
but I'm going to go
everybody.
with Director Constam moves and Director Brem second, I think, but everybody kind of participated. Is there any board discussion? Well, I'll just say that I thank you for the testimony and for the recognition. I think, this work was important. It's always been important. Given what our students have experienced over the last 3 years and the trauma they've experienced, it's even more important. And so I appreciate the work that's happening and just want to throw my thanks and recognition in. So I'm glad we have a chance to vote on this today. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment on this item?
Yes. Pedro and Lara Cordero.
My name is Pedro Anglada Cordero, Pedroanglada Cordero. I am proud to be a school social worker. I am honored to have the privilege of serving my community, opening doors of education to children and their families. 2, in this National School Social Work Week, I express my love and my solidarity with school counselors, school psychologists, community agents, and educational assistants. I see EAs every day exceeding their job responsibilities while supporting students, completing tasks of mental health professionals, while their pay is a fraction of what mental health professionals receive for providing the same services. Let's give EAs better compensation as deserving. 3, while I acknowledge that during the last 3 years, PPS put a lot of resources in hiring school social workers, presently there is a pattern where schools with high needs designate school social workers to be divided as 0.5 FTE between 2 schools. Such placements results in grinding the time and resources that can be dedicated to a school community. District resources will be better used by placing school social workers full-time in one school. 4, as PPS confirmed in the School Social Workers Week resolution, we address systemic barriers such as structural racism. So when I attend an engagement such as this board meeting, I think of who is not here, who feels so isolated, disenfranchised, that they will not consider the idea of coming to speak so they can be heard. Which brings me to number 5. It begins with silencing and isolating, closing doors, placing more barriers over already difficult processes. This is how communities are excluded and become disenfranchised. Oppressed communities and individuals are in constant attack by the system. There is no time to wait for the day when their concerns can be placed for discussion as an agenda item. Based on how systems work, that day may not come. Public comments are a direct form of holding the school board accountable by those who elected you to your seats. Thus, limiting public comment is not only an overreach of power, but a specific feature of structural racism. 6. As this board moves to vote the approval of the National School Social Work Week resolution, I center my thoughts on all my social work colleagues who at this moment are unassigned from their positions, including myself, who currently are half-time unassigned. The passing of the resolution comes as a significant number of school social workers are facing uncertainty. And by the way, I cannot even apply for my job right now. So number 7, thank you.
Great. Thank you for the comment. Student Representative McMahon, anything to add? Student Representative McMahon, sorry you can't hear me, but anything to add?
Yes, I just wanted to say, as the one student who gets to serve on this board and not only gets insight to what school social workers do within a school building, but also to get more insight to what they do across the district, I think I'm in a really unique position to say thank you. On behalf of the 47,000 students now, maybe, that I represent on this school board, I know that each and every one of them benefit from the work that you do for students and families. So thank you for everything you contribute to our community and for coming back despite the challenges.
Okay, the board will now vote on Resolution 6655. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon.
An enthusiastic yes.
Great. Are there any abstentions? All right, Resolution 6655 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. All right. Next up, another acknowledgement. This is also classified and non-represented Employee Appreciation Week. Superintendent Guerrero.
Yes, thank you, Chair Scott. Our Portland Public School classified and non-represented employees are another valuable, essential members of our school system. Our classified and non-represented staff play a variety of unique roles and positions supporting and leading our school communities, essential in creating positive learning environments for our students and families. Since we're here at McDaniel, I'll call out a specific shout out to our custodian, Alan Jelkram. I don't know if he's in the room here in the Commons.
He is.
Alan. All of our classified folks are so essential, but Alan here in particular, I want to acknowledge and recognize for 45 years of service here in PPS. Thank you. Here to say a bit more about these two employee groups, we're going to start off with our Chief of Human Resources Officer, Ms. Sharon Reese.
Good evening, school board. I'm pleased to be in front of you today recognizing our classified and non-represented employees. Before the board for your consideration this evening is a resolution recognizing these employees. I'm not going to read all of it, but I do want to point out some key portions about how important our classified and non-represented staff are in creating a positive learning environment for our students. They assist them in the classroom, they prepare and serve meals. They care for their physical needs, transport them, keep them safe, aid their families. Classified and non-represented staff keep our administrative and school offices humming, attend to our buildings and grounds, help us communicate with each other and our community. They shepherd supplies and equipment, to name a few. Because of this vital and integral role that they play, we are grateful for their work and support. I have a dual role with the district. I'm a non-rep employee. I am also a mom. In both roles, I witnessed the extraordinary dedication our employees have to our students and to our mission. Make no mistake, our employees have choices about where they work. Our classified and non-represented staff choose to work at a school district not because it's easy, because it is meaningful, mission-driven work. As an employee, I have the privilege of leading the HR and project management teams. These teams are exclusively non-represented and PFSP staff. They and their peers, I see this every single day, are dedicated to service to staff, to families, and to students, and I am grateful for them and their work. As a mom and as an employee, I see the incredible impact to my children and the children of the district from the service of our classified and non-rep staff. I have seen firsthand the positive impact on school and office climate and culture, role modeling for students, not because anyone tells them that this is what they're supposed to do, not because it is stated in job description next to the bullet points of answer phones, process payroll, drive buses, serve food, keep our buildings safe and warm and clean. It is simply the environment they create and that thousands of our employees create for our students every day because they live our mission every day. I do want to recognize years of service. You stole my thunder a little bit. We had Al gonna walk up here earlier. We recognize in 5-year increments. You already met Al, who hit 45 years of service on October 11th of this year. You can do it again. Carl Miller, also a custodian at Lincoln High School, has also hit 45 years of service. May Wan, a sign language interpreter with Columbia Regional Inclusion Services, has hit 40 years of service. And then serving for 35 years this year, Herb Wagner of Health and Safety, Sheila Digert of Franklin High School, a school administrative assistant. You can do it, yeah, that's it. And Tara Barton of Special Educational Services. She serves as an occupational therapist in the feeding team. We have hundreds of others in your board material, so you can see everyone who's being recognized this year. And finally, board, a final note of recognition. In a few minutes, we're going to hear from the lovely woman sitting next to me, President of PFSP, Michelle Batten, who herself has had decades of dedication to PPS and PFSP under her belt and will be retiring at the end of this year. So we're happy to have her here.
Great, thank you. Ms. Batten, would you like to go before our vote or after?
I can go after.
Okay, great. Then we will go ahead and vote on, actually, I guess we need to put it on the tables. Do I need a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6656 to recognize Classified and Non-Represented Employee Appreciation Week, March 6th through 10th, 2023?
So moved.
Director Brim Edwards moves and Director DePass seconds. Is there any board discussion?
We can all slap him around.
I've got something really quickly. I just wanted to say again, just from a student perspective, that we really do recognize the work that you do. Jennifer and Greg, I remember the names of these people, the people who worked so hard to make sure that Cleveland was an amazing place to come to school. I remember Jennifer, who was my lunch lady in the first grade at Denaway Elementary School. Like, you people and the work that you do does make a difference, and we do remember. And I think that it's so hard sometimes when you're not always seen as that first line of communication with students, but we do remember you, and we do remember the impact you make. And to me, there has been so many non-represented employees who have made such a profound impact on my life, and I keep in communication with many of them. So thank you for the work you do again.
On Wednesdays at Grout, I get to hang out with a lot of classified staff in the lunchroom doing lunch duty, and I aspire to be as good as they are, and their ability to redirect the students, create an environment of love, know which students are food insecure, and pass them an extra apple. Just the fabric of the community that is so grounded in the work of those classified staff is incredible. And I know that's happening day after day after day in buildings throughout our district. And I am grateful for the stewardship and care and love you give our students every day.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
Yes, we have Devon Ghani. Devon Ghani.
Here they come. It's a long walk from the back. Thank you for being here. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Devon Ghani, Devonghani. I'm a therapeutic intervention coach at the Pioneer Special Schools program. I've been a PPS Just wait. I've been a PPS employee since April of 2021 when the district came back to full-time in-person instruction. In honor of Classified Staff Appreciation Week, Superintendent Guerrero sent an email to all staff that stated our school system is stronger because of the amazing, dedicated staff who directly support our students every day. I would like to use some of my time here tonight to introduce the board to some of those amazing staff that he mentioned. Behind me sit paraeducators who are highly skilled and knowledgeable in working one-on-one with students to help them meet their academic needs. Behind me are therapeutic intervention coaches like myself who have thorough education and experience in trauma-informed interventions and are dedicated to providing a safe and inclusive learning environment for all the students we work with. Behind me are teachers, therapists, secretaries, campus safety associates, bus drivers, plumbers, electricians, and many others who are committed to providing safe and connected schools for all Portland students and families. We are committed to this work, but without support from our district, that commitment is wavering for many of us. You may remember me holding this poster at several of our past board meetings. This poster contains images of bruises, scratches, and bite marks that my coworkers and I have received just in the first 8 weeks of this school year at the Pioneer programs. Every red X you see, me wearing and audience members wearing, are places where we have been injured this year. Bites, punches, kicks, being spit in the face, being threatened. Sometimes our lives or our sexual health being threatened. Superintendent Guerrero stated in yesterday's email that each of you is critical to providing a positive and supportive school experience so that every student at PPS can learn in a safe and joyful environment. Superintendent Guerrero, your staff do not feel safe at work. Your staff are leaving their PPS workday feeling exhausted and overwhelmed. And after a physically and mentally taxing day, many of us have to go to our second or third jobs, leaving little time for necessary self-care. And if your staff do not feel safe, if your staff are struggling to keep our own bodies safe, how can we provide a safe and joyful learning environment for our students? Part of the inability to keep students safe is due to the shortage of staff in PPS classrooms. We have heard members of this board discuss the staffing shortage that this district is experiencing as a nationwide issue, and yes, there are staffing shortages in many fields across the country right now. One of the ways that open positions get filled is through employee referrals, right? But how can we refer our friends and acquaintances to a job that doesn't offer a living wage? How can we refer... We can't refer our friends and acquaintances to a job where our school level and district level administrators ignore our concerns about physical safety and treat us as little more than a body in a seat. Yes, things are different right now. We know things are different right now because we are the ones supporting the students every day who are struggling with these challenges post-COVID. We're the ones taking the hits, the punches, the kicks, the bites, and the profanity. PPS employees want to work. We have shown a commitment to working with this district to provide our students with the type of education they are entitled to. It is time for this district to show PPS employees the same commitment in return.
We're going to need you to thank you very much. or something.
Hello, Miss Donnie. Uh-oh, sorry. Ooh. I just have two quick questions for you. I know my colleagues is like, uh-oh. And I asked this of bus drivers as well. Just two quick questions. What will it take for you to feel safe? And then what is considered a livable wage for you?
I can only answer that for myself. I'm not going to speak for anyone else. For me, a living wage means I work one job that pays enough for me to live alone as a single person in Portland. Right now, I make $26 an hour, and that's barely enough for me to get by. Many of my coworkers start at $19 an hour. They do the same job I do, I just have more experience. So I might be at a living wage currently, but the $19 an hour to start is not. And in order to feel safe, I need to see fully staffed classrooms. But we need staffing.
I get the passion, but I really want to hear what she has to say. And when you guys do it, I get it, but I want to be able to hear her as well.
Yeah. So fully staffed doesn't just mean numbers-wise, right? It means people who are trained to respond to crisis quickly. And yes, as coaches, that's my number one job. I know that. I'm good at it. But give me the opportunity to train more people. Give those of us who do have experience from other districts, other programs in trauma-informed care and therapeutic interventions, give us the opportunity to share that knowledge district-wide so that other staff members who don't have the confidence I have going into a high crisis situation can feel that confidence because they know they've had the training to get them through it. That's what matters.
Thank you, thank you.
So thank you. The board will now vote on Resolution 6656 to recognize Classified and Non-Represented Employee Appreciation Week. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes. Yes?
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6656 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. And at this time, I'd like to invite Portland Federation of Schools Professional President Michelle Batten to share her comments. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Before I begin, I just want to say how exciting it is to be in the rebuilt McDaniel. I'm an alumni, as is my grown daughter. So this is fun, and it's coming home. Tonight, I would like to take this opportunity to send out a rousing thank you. You are amazing, to the 1,415 classified employees represented by PFSP. This has been another very tough year as we continue to transition back to in-person learning and working. PFSP members represent over 70 job classifications at all buildings. We are everywhere, in the classroom, in special education, libraries, transportation, campus safety, translating for students and families, and all of the behind-the-scenes positions supporting our students, staff, and community. Some fun facts about PFSP members. Our oldest member is 81. It's not me. Our youngest, 18. Our longest tenured member has been here 45 years in our bargaining unit. Additionally, we are the most diverse of the bargaining groups. Our members are 65% white, 13% Latino, 8% Black, 8% Asian, 1% Indigenous, and 5% who, like myself, identify as multiracial. We are a workforce rich in the same heritages as the students and communities we support. But there's more about us. In a recent survey of our members, 49% of my members work a second job, and 4% work 3 jobs. 60% take on any overtime opportunity presented to them. That's a sad statement. One job should be enough. One job should be enough so my members can go home at night, rest up, and enjoy their own families, many of whom are also your students. Recently, we asked our members about their working conditions. 26% of my members have been injured by a student, 4% seriously enough to require time loss. 68% of PFSP members work in classrooms and offices rife with mold and rodents. Only 43% have clean, drinkable water safe enough to drink from the tap. Only 58% work in buildings and classrooms where the HVAC is regularly above 60 or below 80. I thank the school board for recognizing classified employees tonight. It is a pleasure and an honor to represent these 1,415 amazing employees. And now I ask you to honor them with livable wages, a safe working environment, and to be the kind of employer that my workforce and our community deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments, President Batten, and thank you for your service to the district as well. We are going to move on in our agenda. Next up, we have our student representatives report. Student Representative McMahon, we're so excited to hear from you.
Thank you. I feel like dreams are coming true left and right here because I think this is probably the most people ever to listen to a student report ever. And certain to one of mine. So I'm so pleased to see so many faces tonight. Another dream realized, actually, was just recently within a work session, we were talking about student safety. And I'm a senior at Cleveland High School, where obviously we've experienced some issues regarding student safety. And I remember in that meeting saying that I was concerned that I had yet to been able to meet with the decision makers who could help me make a difference. But then, dream realized, Guadalupe Guerrero, along with the central office team, invited me to meet with U.S. Secretary of Human Health Services, Governor Kotek, and the Multnomah County Chair, Jessica Vega-Peterson. And it was really seeing the commitment to actually listening to students that is so inspiring. They first asked me what questions I'd ever experienced, what things that I wanted to be solved, and I told them that the problems that students experience are in so many ways identical to the problems that our staff here in schools experience, that our community experiences. I listened to all of you talk about how challenging this in-school environment is. And I mean, obviously you are all struggling, and that is because students are struggling too. And I think for me, certainly as a senior who is trying to balance the dedication to this job, my dedication to my studies, and trying to make future plans, I understand and hear when you say you're frustrated and that there's too much work to ever be done. And I want you all to know that that is yet something that I've been able to overcome, but it's certainly something that I hear. And that when we're making decisions as a board, and I have the pleasure and the privilege to have board members who listen and care about my views, that's something that I'll be reflecting both to legislators and also, since I've gotten the chance to meet with some of them, and also as we move into the budget process. I do have some more exciting news for our community in that we just held the first round of our election for the next student representative. We had 3 students who decided to run for the position this year, and I'm really excited with the group that we have. Bishop, JJ, and Frankie, all members of the District Student Council, have run, and hopefully by the next board meeting, I'll be able to introduce that next student who will be taking on this role after me. And with that, I just want to say the dedication to change making, the dedication to making a better community is so clear. Recently, I got to help contribute to a Franklin Post article, and it was all about what does it mean to be apolitical? And one of the questions was, why is being apolitical a privilege? And it was really interesting for me as a teen who would consider herself pretty involved, at least in the educational sphere. And I think that it is, for so many people, we cannot just sit back and ignore. We cannot choose to hit the comfort button, but rather we have to stand up and speak about the things, the issues, the concerns, the problems that we see in our community. And so I want to say thank you to every single person, whether it's criticizing, whether it's commenting, whether it's saying that maybe we did a good job, which I know so many times, unfortunately, there's so many problems that we have yet to solve. But I appreciate you coming forward and bringing your voice, and especially to the students who take the time and who fight for themselves, because sometimes that's such a challenging and hard thing to do. And then with that being said, the Student Summit is this Friday. We had to postpone it last week due to the snow and unfortunately a lack of transportation due to the snow. But I'm so excited to hear what students have to say, because when our community comes together, when we all decide to be dedicated, that's when real change happens. And I think students have historically, unfortunately, not always been a part of that. And I'm so happy that I, as a student, get to and have the privilege to. And that students across this district soon, this Friday and many times after, will have the ability to share directly with our board members, directly with our staff, the things they care about, because what they care about is what we all should. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Student Representative McMahon. So next up, we're going to turn to our public comment. We're going to do a few different things tonight. We're going to first start with our student comment. Then we're going to have a quick board conversation about public comment practice and protocols generally, and then we're going to move on to our general public comment section. Before we begin, let me just review our standard guidelines for public comment. So the board thanks everyone for taking the time to attend the meeting, providing your comments. Our board office may follow up on specific board-related issues that are raised during public testimony. We do request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. And if you have any additional materials or items you'd like to provide to the board or superintendent, we would ask that you email them to publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. Again, publiccomment@pps.net. When you begin your comment, please clearly state your name and spell your last name, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you'll hear the sound after 3 minutes, at which point we would appreciate it if you could wrap up your comments so we can get to the next person. Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anyone signed up for student comment tonight?
We do. Moto McChesney.
Thank you. I think that's working. Thank you for letting me talk here. My name is Moto McChesney, MOTOMCCHESNEY. I believe, passed around, you should have seen some papers that look like this. Yes, I would actually appreciate if you don't show those. The key on the front page is the Benson High School Master Key. The fact that I have that can pretty much sum up what I'm going to explain here. I shouldn't have that. And I think I don't have a physical one. I simply have an image. But I do think approximately about 20 students do have physical master keys at Benson, which is completely unacceptable. In the packet, you will also see some photos from the network closet at Benson. Those are more provided just to be like, yeah, the master key does work, and there is the network closet. This is something that students who have these can really get anywhere in the building. Also, students have been found out about this and before have digitally copied teachers' badges, the data provided on them, and created copy badges that allowed them to access from the outside of the building. Think about the amount of damage a student can do if they get that badge and one of these keys. They can go anywhere. With these two items, they can go anywhere in the building they want. There is no limitations. I'm going to turn to a little bit of a grim thing, because this is actually what started this. I am a student reporter for AM 1450, the radio station for Benson. I also do sportscasting. We did the PIL showcase specifically at Franklin High School. Think what would happen if an active shooter had one of these. No door has been breached during an active shooter situation. That has been well documented. If you look that up, that's well documented. What has not happened is an active shooter having a master key. If they have a master key, they can just walk up, unlock a door. Everyone knows how to use a key. So it's not at that point, you can have as much protection you want on that door, and the door can be locked. But what are we trained to do during an active shooter drill? If you hear somebody unlocking the door with a key and they open the door, they're trustworthy. Because somebody who has a key is trustworthy, right? What if it's somebody who is not trustworthy and does want to cause harm to you? What if they have one of those keys? And students have the skills to make these. I know that because other students there I have heard have these and have used them. I don't know specifics on people, but I know students have used them and have created clones at Benson.
Thank you. Mr. McChesney? Nobody can hear anything. Thank you for the testimony, Mr. McChesney. I would say you've highlighted a very significant security risk. I would also encourage you both to share that security risk with your peers, and to the extent you know folks who have keys, make sure they understand the impact of that and also report that. I think there's
the principal does know about this.
Great.
I gave copies of these images to the principal and the dean about a month ago. Originally, I was planning to write like a more report where it had more information on that. It didn't turn out in the way I wanted it to, so I ended up just scrapping that, took the images, print them off, brought them here today, and was gonna tell you basically what I did today. So that was my plan. But yeah, no, they do know about this.
Great.
And I have known about this. I talked to some teachers who said they had reported this before, and apparently they have reported this in the past, and the school has been rekeyed because of this.
Yeah.
But the school is rekeyed, and students got new master keys in 3 days, from what I was told. So it's like you spend $100,000 replacing every key in the building, and in 3 days that's $100,000 wasted. That could be so much better used in so many other cases. Point in case, look behind me.
Thank you. Thank you for highlighting the issue.
Kaylin Balgan.
Welcome.
Hi. My name is Kaylin Balogun, B-A-L-O-G-U-N. I'm a student I'm a junior at OLA, the online learning program. And I just wanted to talk about its ending. I have a little bit to say here. So, in the summer of 2021, me and my family were gearing up for my sophomore year of high school and my sister's last year of middle school when my mom heard word of mouth that there would be a wait list for an online school that we could go to. We got in, we did well, and we loved it. We love the people, we love how everything was in our hands in terms of curriculum, and even as school moved back in person, we stuck with OLA because because the lessons are engaging. The students put their all into every single student, and even though the spotlight isn't on COVID-19 at the moment, it's still happening. And kids need this program for the pandemic because of gun violence in schools, kids getting bullied, medical issues, or just working in a better and quieter environment. And though I think a lot of us felt isolated at the beginning of the pandemic and at the beginning of online school, I can honestly say that we've built a beautiful community here. I look forward to seeing my teachers every morning, and as a student with learning challenges, this program has helped me exponentially by giving me more time to work with the classes, but it's also taught me very meaningful lessons. And I've had really important conversations with staff that I will take with me to college. Our principal has created an exceptional program, and I speak for all of us when I say that the last thing that we want is for our school to end when we're just getting started. And though we students rarely turn our cameras on, we're not just black boxes. And these aren't just students and teachers, we're family. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the comments. So I want to use the next few minutes to have a board conversation about our guidelines for general public comment. And I want to just sort of open up a little bit with a little context, and then I don't think this conversation needs to take a whole lot of time, but I would like to hear from the board about this. So a couple of weeks ago, as I think a lot of people in the audience know, we decided to make a change to practice. It's not a policy change, it's a practice in terms of how we deal with public comment. And the goal of that was really to open up some additional slots. So as I think a lot of people may not know, right now, the way the process has worked, we take general public comment at the beginning. We also take public comment on anything we're voting on. All the other agenda items, the school board has traditionally not taken public comment on. When I got on the board 3 years ago, I remember thinking that was just odd. Other governments I've worked for or participated in, you take comments on all the agenda items. And so it was one of the things that I've wanted to do. A second thing that we had talked about was sort of elevating student voice, trying to move the student representatives' comments up earlier and also student comments up earlier. And then we really wanted to do what we could to encourage some additional engagement on some of the other items, even items that we take votes on, such as our budget, which is one of the most important things the board does. We get very, very few public comments. My theory on that, and I may be wrong about this, my theory on that is that we often don't get to those agenda items until very late. So we start our meetings at 6, we go through a lot of the proclamations and so forth beforehand, we have a lot of general public comment, and sometimes there were times we were taking budget votes at 11 or 11:30 at night. There was one board meeting where we literally were in session till after midnight, which I don't think is appropriate. And I think that is not a way to have a transparent government. It's not okay to expect our constituents who want to know what we're doing to stay up or even to be there in person at those hours. And so we've been trying to figure out, Gary and Director Vice Chair Hollins and I have been trying to figure out ways to both speed up the meetings and also move some of that stuff forward. We've tried hard to end our meetings by 9. We've been sort of successful this year. There have been a few that have gone later, but we've tried to do that. And we thought this was potentially a way to make more room for other comments, but then also keep, again, our important agenda items, moving them up forward. The reaction, mostly on social media, was strong and swift, and was immediately recognized. And I just want to sort of speak to that whole issue of intent versus impact. That really was our goal around doing this. Clearly, that was received by many of you in this room and by many in the community as a way of stifling public comments on general issues. I will tell you just personally, that was not my goal. When I talked about how I think it's more effective for some of those comments to come through email, I will just tell you personally, the emails I get from people in this community are incredible. They are well thought out, they're nuanced, they include a ton of detail, and they're not limited to 3 minutes. And we have to limit to 3 minutes, we have to limit to 6 people. Emails are infinite, trust me, we get a lot, a few hundred a week, but they're really impactful. And so again, from my perspective, that was a thought. What I've heard, at least from a number of people, both in conversations and online, was that for some people, being here and addressing us is very impactful, and I want to respect that. I think that's an important component. What I want to do, so that's all the context. I'm going to let Vice Chair Hollins talk a little bit, and then I really want to open up to the board with really the key question of, do we want to make any changes? We don't have to. We can keep our process exactly the same. We did make sure to add everyone back tonight, so the people who had originally signed up for March 7th are going to have a moment to speak here in a second. And we can keep our practice exactly the same throughout the rest of the school year. We can make other adjustments as well. And I just want to I don't want to take too much time because we have important agenda items I want to get to, but wanted to have an opportunity for folks to talk a little bit. And we'll also take public comment on this. So if there will be 3 slots, if anybody wants to sign up, you can talk to Kara over on the side.
So thank you, Chair Scott. So I wanted to make sure that it was clear of our intent, and my wife made me very aware of the difference between intent and impact. So I want to say that first. And I'm going to just kind of echo what Chair Scott said. The purpose of this, for me, was to hear from our youth. I hear from adults all day long. And I value this stuff, but I want to hear from our students. And there was an argument that, folks were saying, well, students won't speak and students, won't come in and speak up. And you hear tonight that our students do come up and speak. They do have a voice, and we need to make sure that they have a platform for that voice. And for me, I don't want that platform to be drowned out by adult stuff. And I've said this before, I deal with adult stuff all day long. When I when I deal with our school stuff, I want to deal with our kids. I want to hear the voices of our youth. I want to hear what they have to say, because, for instance, me getting 100 emails about OLA, I get it. But we get a whole lot of emails. So some of them I read, some of them I don't. But listening to Logan as a youth makes me really take a look at that. Huh? Modo. Kaylin, sorry. But hearing from them is what really have my heart really look at things more in depth, because this is who we're here for. Everybody in this room, everybody up here, we're all here for these kids. And I wanted to make sure that we heard from our kids and our youth. And so part of the changes that was made was in that mindset of really getting more youth and hearing from more of our youth. And also for me, moving some of our important topics up to make sure that I do hear from, our community on things that we have on the agenda. There are some agenda items that, since I've been here the last couple of years, is everybody come and speak and then everybody leaves. And for me, I want to hear from the community on stuff. I want to hear from you guys. I just don't want to hear from you guys just on the topics you guys want to talk about. I want to hear on all the topics that we have to discuss. And so that was the goal, one of the reasons why when we talked about the agenda items only piece, is because I want to hear from you guys on everything. I want to hear from you guys about middle school realignment. I want to hear from you guys about other stuff. But what I've noticed is that once everyone speaks after the public comment, everybody leaves. And I understand people have families. I have 4 kids. I have a wife, right? I have a dog. I get it, right? But I wanted to be able to hear from you guys on all the topics that we have, and not just everyone leaves after public comment. And so that was one of the motivations to be able to, have more comments on agenda items versus just public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's quickly hear from any board members who would like to raise any points.
I think for me, sometimes public comment can be really frustrating because we'll have like a bunch of people sign up who are really passionate about an issue, and that's really important to hear about. And then we have something specific we're talking about that night, and we don't hear any public comment on that specific topic. So I like the idea of maybe having general public comment limited to 3 or 4, and then having I want to hear what the community has to say about middle school redesign and other things that are before us, so we can, and I like getting that public comment before we vote. Like often we discuss something and then it's the next time we vote. And so that allows me, as someone who does listen and ask questions, time to think through what's been said in public comment to help inform the questions I'm going to ask of staff and the explorations I'm going to do in making my discernment about my vote. So I appreciated the intent of what you were trying to do, and I would love to have that more public comment to the specific things that are before us, as well as allowing space for folks to come with the things that they're passionate about that might not be on the agenda.
Director Bemers?
So I strongly support keeping just general public comment. I think it's an opportunity for us to listen. I haven't been part of any public body that doesn't have a general public comment, so I think it's an important time that people can bring issues forward, and it may just be one person raising it, but just one person raising a really important issue is enough. So I would keep the general comment, and there's other things you can do with the number and the length of time that people are speaking as ways to, if we want to get into our meeting more quickly. I really respect and thank Director Holland's work to elevate youth in our meetings. So I support having them go first. And like Director Lowry, I do think it's a good idea. I like the concept of adding that in because they're not always going to be used for agenda items, but I think it's a good opportunity. We have some really big, meaty topics that, as Director Lowry said, lead into votes. So I like that. I would not support just agenda-only public comment, because then it's really topics that, for the community and for board members, it may not be the topic that is top of mind that happen to be on the agenda. So I think we can find a way to elevate students and get more public comment about agenda items, but also have that critical listening period at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you. Any other thoughts?
I have some comments. So Director Hollins, thank you for continuing to elevate youth. 100% of the time, you're really consistent about that. And I agree about that. I'd like to hear more from youth. Youth are the backbone of social change. And we want to hear from them. That's why we're here. I also appreciate, Director Scott, your ability to kind of keep us focused, because long-term, having a diverse board is important, and who can serve really is down to who can be here, not until midnight. So I think I want to be mindful of that. I also want to make sure that we have a way as a community engagement professional to hear from people. I think it's really important to hear from people, and so I'd like to have some kind of a mechanism that we can hear from and respond to. And as someone that has a full-time job, stressful job, we would probably need staff help for that, to respond to people. So, we need a suggestion box. We need a way to hear from people. We don't want to separate ourselves from people. And we need to have a way for people to complain, comment, give love, all of the inputs.
I totally support keeping public comment. I love the variety of issues that come to us that way. It's really important. I hope we can have an opportunity, Bryony, at the summit to talk about how do we engage more students in bringing issues directly to the board, and what are the mechanisms that work for students to do that. Director Lowry, I very much appreciate your point that we should move public comment on agenda items up to immediately following any presentations before we have our board discussion. I think that's a miss right now, so love it. Anything we can do to bring our kids forward, hear more from our students, and to keep the wild ride that we often have now on the diversity of issues that come before us. I think it's important to give visibility.
Great, thank you. So I'm hearing at this. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was debating hitting my button. I know Andrew would stop if I started talking. I think also for me, this has been a complicated decision, because ultimately, I have been here when we have stayed in meetings until 11:20, and I already try to get students to watch and participate in the decisions that we make, but how on earth can we expect them to do that when our meetings stay that long and when there's very little accessibility? And I think that for me, what I like about this new system is that it makes sure that we are hearing things that we can make decisions on that day. And as a student who has come before having this role and doing public comment, it was very frustrating to me to give commentary on something that I felt never got done, because I never saw what I was saying actualized. And honestly, that's the nice thing that I see in having this policy, where we get to give, our community gets to give public comment on the things that we will actually be making decisions on that day. And I honestly think that's a more profound way to take in that community input. Because I'll be honest, I get, as we were saying, 800 emails a week, and I will read a vast majority of them. And we sit here every time and we hear the things from our community, and I think a lot of times it's very profound. And we hear from occasionally, I think not as much, obviously, from students, but I think sometimes those things I don't make actions on today, and I don't make actions on tomorrow, and maybe I won't even address the issue that you brought up a month from now or 2 months from now. And I think that's really hard as a person who's making decisions, or not necessarily, but a person who has an effect over decisions being made, to not be able to hear concerns regarding the things I am actually making decisions on, where I can actualize what I've heard. And so I understand the want for general public comment. I really do. And I also think maybe it would be good to have a couple of slots available for that. But I think at the same time, I actually discourage board members, and I discourage the community from looking at this in such a negative light. I think this, and I understand, I do. it is challenging, and it is like if there's a vast majority of this board and of the community that want to change it back. But I do think that this system actually does allow for us more effectively to garner community input. And honestly, that's what we are here for. And so I guess that's just to share with this obviously very massive group of people and with my fellow board colleagues. I think that's why I struggle to do away with this system now, because I do feel like we've yet to really give it a proper try in terms of, does it actually allow community members to have more of a direct input in the decision making that we have? And I think it will, because they will be able to tell me, I want you to vote yes, or I want you to vote no. And that does have a very serious impact on how I will vote on matters, sometimes more than going into a work session, having maybe a recollection or notes on your public comment 4 months later. And I'm sorry, but that is the reality of my job and the reality of the decisions that I make. And I want you to know it's not because I don't value your voice. It's because if I'm not making a decision today on it, then I don't want that value and that effort and that hard work and love that you put into the 3 minutes, that pouring of your energy and your passion onto our communal table to just be washed away because I don't get to address it today or right now or in the next 5 minutes, which I will get to do if you give public comment on the actual item that I'm voting on.
All right. I guess my take on it is, I like the idea of bringing the students forward sooner. And I think that's something, if we're going to be looking at it, that I'm a vote for yes, let's keep that forward. I also understand the thought behind, if we only vote on agenda items, then maybe the powers that be are going to squash what it is that I really want to talk about and only make me hear. So I hear the concept, not for applause. I hear the concept because I want to make sure that I'm very clear. So I believe that everybody should get to say what they want to say and talk about it. I think where we place it matters, right? And so what I'm not saying is, yeah, let's just put it and let's keep it up there because we got 1,000 things to be talking about. I'm saying let's put public comment on the situations, the things that we're going to be talking about. Let's create space so that we have that public comment here. And then let's also create space for anything else that the community would like to share and things that are important to the community and they want us to know. And let's place that in another pocket. Let's separate the two public comments so that we know that this is, and that also helps me to track what it is that we're talking about, because this is the public comment that came around the items that were agendarized or whatever. I don't think that's a real word. Agendarized isn't a word. That's not a word. I made that up. But we know what comment came in because we can, for tracking purposes, we know what comments came in based on the agenda items, and then we also know what comments came in later that the community thought was important. And so now we can start looking at these two pieces, and we can actually start putting our agendas together as we move forward down the line around, okay, so how do we take the things that are important for us as a district to talk about? Because I agree with Gary 100%. I want the community to be in on all of the things that we have to talk about. Unfortunately, I don't have the luxury of picking and choosing what is important to me. I don't have the luxury of saying that OLA is important and teachers are not. I don't get that luxury. So because it all has to be important to me, I have to listen to it all. And in my heart, I believe that it's all important to you, and I want you to be a part of that conversation. I want you to feel like you have a vote in that, because at the end of the day, you elected me, right? I'm here sitting in this seat because one of y'all voted for me and said, Pastor Herman is going to get up there and he is going to do what's right for the community because we told him so. And so when I get up here and I start talking, I'm not necessarily talking simply about what's important to me. And I know this is true for the rest of our colleagues. We're doing this because the community that voted for us put us here because they expect us to do what's right, even when what's right is hard. And so what I'm saying is we take those decisions and those agenda items and maybe we put them at the back of the line, not necessarily like the back of the line, but we put them on there, but they're just here, And then we get to them. Now we can look and say, okay, what needs to rise to the top? Is this something that we need to think about a little bit more? Because we had 37 people. We should never have 37 people sign up to talk about anything. So I'm not saying 37 people. Let's keep numbers low. Let's keep the numbers low. But that's what I'm getting to. And I'm gonna stop talking because as a preacher I talk too much.
I want to just quickly throw in that we should, do everything. I don't know. Oh, there it is. It is working. We should do everything we can to let people know that they can testify virtually. Most people might not be aware of that now.
Okay, so one of the things that I'm hearing, I want to make sure I'm clear, is that I'm not hearing. I agree with public comment is something that we need to continue. I want to ask, and maybe a show of hands, if we put some of the important items up front, will that give you guys the ability, because I'm asking for public comments on those items, will that give you guys the ability, if we move that stuff earlier on in the agenda, to weigh in on those items? So can I get a show of hands if that would work? Okay, so the question, can everybody hear me in the back? Okay, so if we move important agenda items up front towards the beginning of the meeting, will that encourage you guys to talk about those as well, or have public comment on those before, so that way it's not in the back of the agenda? No, I'm just asking the question first. Did I get the question?
I think you got your answer.
Yeah. I can hear.
So it's more nuanced. So I think we're probably,
Gotcha. Okay.
Director Hollins would love to hear from you after the meeting on this particular issue.
I'll be here all night.
Here's what. All right. We're going to wrap this up. I am hearing a desire. There's going to be no change to how we do general public comment, with the exception of potentially where it shows up in the agenda. We'll have that conversation. Continuing to elevate student voices to the front, and also continuing to add slots to some of the high-profile items that we may not be voting on, but we still want to hear public comment from. So there we go. With that, actually, I should ask, Kara, is there anyone signed up for public comment on this?
There are.
There are not? Or
There are. Jamie Painter. Oh, we're going to call 2 people, and 1 person will go at a time. So I'll also call Caitlin Rojas.
We ain't going anywhere. We're sitting right here.
Well, 9 o'clock we are. No, I'm kidding. We're not going to be done by 9. Thank you for being here.
Evening, everyone. Thanks for having me. My name's Jamie Painter, and I'm the mom of a first grader at Scott Elementary School. I'm here to express, he's very cute, yeah, you should I'm here to express my concerns about the decision to limit public comments on agenda items like we just discussed here. As a PTA member, I spend a lot of time at our school and talk to a number of families and staff. Parents are a wealth of knowledge on what's happening in and around our schools, in our neighborhoods, and we hear issues unique to our school or neighborhood schools all the time. I'm sure that there's numerous ideas and concerns that PPS has been able to address because a parent, staff member, or student flagged it at one of these meetings, even if it wasn't on the agenda, and there was able to be a conversation and dialogue around it. That's what I think is missing about emails. We don't get to talk about it. We don't get to ask questions back and forth. We hope you'll keep the dialogue open and allow for the transfer of ideas so we can best serve our community. I'd like to close by acknowledging our incredible teachers and staff and urge that the PPS board work to improve school settings in order to retain these amazing professionals. Great teachers and support staff make great schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Caitlin Rojas, R-O-J-A-S. I am also a parent at Scott School. She did not give me a heads up that she had something written down on her phone, and I'm just going to go for it. But I also wanted to comment on the public comment section, just in saying that it's really important. I had previously sent just a couple days ago an email to the PTA at Scott School. I'm a volunteer, but not a PTA member officially, if there's a process for that, and about some of the safety issues that have come up in my son's classroom. He's in second grade there. They recently had a teacher who had to go home because she got punched in the face by a student, a second grader, and that was after the same student had fled the school and ran across Prescott Avenue, and the principal had to chase them. And then this is in addition to the 5 or 6 other safety issues that have been raised before of teachers and students being hit by second graders, which is just crazy. They're little, and it's just really sad to think that these teachers are having such a hard time. So I would not have known that I could come and make a public comment if she hadn't informed me until I got here, and then I was told I couldn't actually make public comments and had to comment on making a public comment. So I think it's really, really, really important, and I think that people should. So yes, so my basic comment was that these teachers are amazing. Scott School is an amazing place for students to go, and I love everyone there, and I'm just really grateful to have my student in such a great place. But it's really important that these teachers have more resources and help, and whether that's volunteers, funding, pay, yes, definitely pay, but lots and lots and lots of things. So I just wanted to voice that, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Robert McDonald.
Say one more time, Kara.
Yes, Robert McDonald.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Good evening, board. My name is Robert McDonald, spelled just like the restaurant McDonald, McDonald, except I am the second. My comment is about culture, equity, fairness. Equality is in it, but if I talk about equality, I'm not fully addressing equity, because there's a thin line when you're reaching towards equity and you cross over to equality. I'm talking about the celebration of individual. I'm talking about the celebration of a culture. I'm talking about the effort and emphasis placed towards that in a system that has been oppressive towards particular cultures over a historical amount of time. I think like the energy and effort that we place in celebrating, and I am all for celebrating culture regardless of it, but if the energy is different and the level of effort and emphasis is different placed in the celebration of any culture, then we're not fully addressing the equity, so we need to stop talking about it because we're not doing it. I think that the prior month, and I'm a teacher at McDaniels, an amazing staff, an amazing school, and I'm on my third year of probation, and I've seen a lot. Students come and talk to me. They feel safe sharing information with me, and me standing here, not sitting here, as an educator of color, specifically a black male educator of mathematics, speaks volumes to the room of students be able to see themselves inside of a classroom, and versus being able to see themselves elsewhere, entertainment, sports, or something like that. So they see more options for themselves. And I'm not saying that I'm the answer or the end all. I'm just gonna speak for that, what I heard you, I was talking about that student voice. I'm not here speaking for me. I'm here speaking for the students I've heard come and mention, like, where are they at in the celebration of culture? I think we're overlooking, we're missing, we keep dropping the ball at the same exact spot year after year, and we need to become aware of, if we're not placing the same energy and effort towards celebrating every culture, then we don't need to celebrate culture at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the testimony.
That's all for that topic.
Great. So now we're going to move on to general public comment. Kara?
Hello again. Again, I'm going to call 2 at a time, and then you'll go individually. We'll just change a little bit. James Ulrich and Hollis Blanchard.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I'm not sure who wants to go first, but
thanks. My name is James Ulrich, Oellrich. I'm here on behalf of the McDaniel baseball and softball players. Student athletes have higher graduation rates, they have higher academic performance, and it's a matter of equity that the students at McDaniel have the same privileges that the less diverse schools in Portland have. I'm here to ask 5 questions and make one statement. 1, why has it taken 2 years to fix the baseball fields and the softball fields to make them playable here at McDaniel when it took 9 months to flip the field at Grant because of a legitimate Title IX issue? 2 years here. Second question, how are the facilities administrators and the contractors involved in this field renovation being held accountable? Nobody where I work could let something like this slide for 2 years and still keep their job. Number 3, how many classroom hours have our student athletes missed so they could be bused to substandard fields all over the district? How much fuel have we burned? Refer that to the Environmental Committee. Last question, how is this still acceptable 2 years on? And what are you going to do about it? Thank you.
thank you.
Gary just asked a question. No, it's not fixed, but it is. There is a contractor in line. One of the major reasons for delay recently is that the contractor backed out, who was originally awarded the contract. But I was told today that they're showing up by the 13th, and it sounds like you guys will miss your first home game, and then after that you should be good to go. That's the information I had today, and I agree with you. It's a beautiful field, beautiful new building. You should have been able to play from day one.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for accepting my comment, even though it's not on the agenda today, so I appreciate that. My name is Hollis Blanchard. That's Blanchard. I'm here to talk about OLA. The administration has said it can close the Online Learning Academy without consultation. However, the district's educational options policy states that the board shall have final approval of termination of an educational option. That's policy 6-10-022. OLA is in the board's hands after all. The administration implied that OLA must be closed now due to exhaustion of one-time federal pandemic funds. It turns out there is ample ESSER III funding available for OLA next year, and the CFO confirms this. Closing OLA is instead a question of values and priorities. So here's the value for my family. My son is in 3rd grade. He's autistic. This is his report card from last year, 2nd grade, at an in-person school. This is a failing report card. It's full of minimal skills and no evidence marks. This report card came with a full-time one-to-one paraeducator. It came with dozens of behavioral referrals and 10 days of suspensions, which is the maximum allowed. This affects everybody, his classmates, school staff, his family, and his own sense of self-worth. This is his report card this year at OLA in 3rd grade. It says exceeds top to bottom. The difference here is, he has no paraeducator, there have been no behavioral referrals, there have been no suspensions. Like my son, 71% of OLA students are in underserved categories, including kids with disabilities, low-income families, and students of color. That's far higher than the district average. A lot of these kids are here because of known problems in PPS. Kids with disabilities don't get the support they need, schools fail to implement their IEPs, and as a result, the kids face discipline for behaviors that are manifestations of their disabilities, which is against federal law. African American kids face harassment on the basis of their race and disproportionate discipline, and the board just had a working session about that a couple months ago. These problems exist in PPS schools. The administration and the board know about them. Forcing these kids back into in-person school means forcing them back into settings where the district knows they'll encounter bullying, harassment, and discrimination. You can't help someone transition into that as the administration expects to be able to do. This issue is urgent because OLA is being dismantled as we speak. Both students and staff are being reassigned. If we wait, there will be nothing left to save. So to recap, OLA is unique. It's wildly exceeding its expectations as a mere pandemic response. It's supporting a disproportionate number of underserved students. Its funding persists, and the board must approve its closure. Please continue OLA with its current funding while we find ways to support its long-term budget.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Rhonda Johnson, Sarah Wall.
Thank you for being here.
Oh, go for it. Go for it.
Appreciate it.
My name is Rhonda Johnson, Johnsson. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. In April 2022, my 13-year-old daughter was sexually assaulted at our home while I was at the store, and the following day at Harriet Tubman Middle School by a new student. My child couldn't tell me about it until a week later, which was Easter weekend, at which time I immediately emailed the school principal, Mr. Bacon, to request a no contact order be signed. As soon as this was signed and the other students' parents were notified, they pulled the child out of PPS and began homeschooling. I received an email from Title I saying nothing further could be done. It's out of their hands. The offender was pulled out of PPS, and I was left with, sorry. I was told by the Title IX rep that if we called the police, they likely wouldn't make a report. So I didn't. I put faith in the school. Sorry. And the system, which was a mistake. There's been no resolution to this. My child has been to 3 schools since April of last year and is now at a private school. She was unenrolled at the second school without even a phone call to check on her because she missed more than 10 days in a row. This assault has brought PTSD, depression, debilitating insomnia, suicidal ideations, and anxiety to my once vibrant child. She's on medication and is going to therapy, but frequently misses school because of her PTSD. She can't fathom going to a public school anymore for fear this will happen again. For the past 11 months, our family has been desperate for resolution and healing for my daughter. We've done everything right. We've spoken with doctors, therapists, teachers, all of whom reported the incident to Children's Services. Thank you. I've called CPS with not one phone call back. I've made numerous calls and emails to attorneys pleading for a pro bono assistance because we're in a one-income family. I work as a medical assistant full-time. I emailed the district attorney. They did answer me today. I didn't come here tonight to point fingers, but to plead the board to follow their procedures for sexual assault between students and perhaps update some policies. Last spring, I searched the PPS website extensively for policies, procedures, resources that are here, and support tools that we could have been given after the assault to address the abuse. I'm asking for a reassessment of your child abuse, sex abuse policy and procedures. parents and these victims, these children, need resources to support us through this difficult time. And I'm gonna finish, I'm almost done. The school should want to provide this to us rather than us being dismissed. Going through something like this is traumatic for the entire family. Give us the tools after a report of abuse is made. Don't be afraid. Give us phone numbers for counseling, advocacy groups, peer support groups, so we can spend our time caring for our children rather than navigating our way through this bull. This. My child's innocence was stolen, and I can't get that back for her. But my hopes are that through this, change comes. So the next girl or boy that this happens to won't feel alone and desperate like we are. Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us. I'm really sorry for your family's experience. And if you want to look later at our board materials tonight, on our consent agenda, we are voting on a curriculum adoption that's linked to our sexuality and health curriculum that is an anti-violence, anti-bullying, and anti-sexual harassment component of our human sexuality health curriculum. So anyway, thank you for coming forward. And
It's going to happen again, so I had to do that.
so sorry.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, yeah. My name is Sarah Wall, W-A-L-L. This is actually my third time speaking in general public comment as a teacher in PPS, so I just want to make it really clear that it is a really important way for topics that are not on the agenda to be addressed or brought into the public scope. On the afternoon of January 31st, just hours before we heard the news that OLA was closing, I sat in study buddies with a handful of fantastic educators checking in with new students who had just started the semester. Students who had left their home schools and returned to school after not attending for some amount of time over the last 3 years. It was exciting to see our program growing and changing, becoming a safe haven for students, creating math skill recovery opportunities and a positive math culture within our school, setting a new precedent in the district for how skill recovery could meet the needs of all students using blended online learning. I have never loved a job more than I love teaching high school math at the Online Learning Academy. While our student population is small, according to the district's enrollment data from October 2022, 71% of our students fall into categories of underserved groups. Only 2 brick and mortar high schools serve a larger percentage than we do. A quarter of our student population receives special ed services. Our non-white student population tracked by race and ethnicity is higher than the district average. From a mathematical standpoint, it seems to me that strong management would look for solutions to keep a school serving so many of its most underserved and vulnerable students opened, instead of eliminating it with no input or problem solving from the community. That is not right. Many of my students are scared to return to their PPS brick and mortar building, whether from bullying, drug availability in the halls, anxiety, or any number of medical issues. Hear me when I say to you that many of my students feel unsafe in your brick and mortar buildings. I only got 3 minutes. Some are taking care of siblings during the standard school day, making the self-paced schooling and flexibility of OLA offered the only way for them to get their high school diplomas, or they are working full-time to help support their families. I have students who could die if they catch something in a school building. How will you serve my students? Really, how will you serve? What will you do? How can you meet the needs that we are meeting? In my time at PPS, I have been a part of every committee I had time to join, most recently the instructional framework. In all that work, I have listened to talk of equity, inclusion, differentiation, standards, accommodations, mission statements, diverse learners. I will never comprehend in a digital age why the largest district in the state, with a team of some of the most dedicated educators I can imagine working with, would decline to find a way to keep a school opened that is already serving so many of those goals and values. I am so brokenhearted and dismayed by this decision, which was presented as a done deal to us. District leaders should be models for behavior, enhancing the growth of all its humans. The way that this has been handled disingenuously and disrespectfully, I have never been more disappointed in the behavior that is being modeled. I ask you, I implore you, do the right thing and keep my students' and families' school alive.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nicole Taylor, who is virtual.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my first name is Nicole, Nicole. My last name is Taylor, Taylor. Good evening. My first ask of the superintendent and the board is that the OLA parents and community be given equitable time and consideration by scheduling a meeting with us, just as the Access and Pioneer families were previously given when their programs were at risk. I am speaking tonight for my family and on behalf of other OLA families and students who have not yet been afforded the opportunity to tell their stories about the positive and impactful experiences they've had while attending OLA. My daughter is in 7th grade. During the past 2 years at OLA, she's been a straight A student and was referred to TAG. Throughout the day, I listened to her interact with her peers and teachers. The care and consideration that is put into making sure that these students feel seen and heard is unlike anything I've seen in a traditional classroom setting. And as a parent, I want to convey how grateful I am for that level of dedication to education being provided not only to my child, but for all of the students from the entire OLA staff. I've heard many stories from families about OLA being the best learning option for their students for a number of reasons, whether due to medical needs, mental health, or simply the overall physical safety and well-being of their students. The following are just a small sample of those stories. One student with medical needs was previously bullied in his brick and mortar PPS school so severely that pictures were taken of him while he was using the restroom and no disciplinary action was taken. OLA has been a lifesaver for his family. Another student wants OLA to continue so that they can continue to learn from the safety of their own home and not risk illness. Another student suffers from anxiety and anxiety-induced depression, as well as having an autoimmune disease. OLA made it possible for her to graduate when a traditional classroom setting no longer worked for her. Another student attending OLA is learning English for the first time and no longer fears being made fun of in an in-person classroom setting. They feel encouraged and welcomed at OLA. OLA is more than just an online option. It's a safe haven for students and is vital for those who need specialized education. OLA offers our students solace when in-person classroom settings have created mental, emotional, social, and physical safety concerns. It's a place where families, especially those who are made up of immunocompromised members, can breathe a sigh of relief that their students will not bring home illnesses that could have a detrimental impact on their entire household. I implore the board to work with the superintendent's office to continue OLA with current funding for the next school year, while simultaneously working to integrate OLA into the long-term budget, which includes proper promotion of this program district-wide so that all PPS families and communities are aware this is an option for their students, should they choose it. It is my sincere hope that all of you will give this matter the time and effort and energy it deserves in order to realize the tremendous negative impact removing this educational option will have not only on the students, families, and staff that currently are being served with OLA, but also the ripple effect for students, families, and staff across the entire district, which is already severely understaffed. Lastly, as someone who spent 18 years in the PPS system, 13 as a student, and 5 as an employee, I'm appalled that the decision to close LLA was done in such a careless, callous, and egregious manner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also virtually, we have Mimi Alkire.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Education, members of the Portland community. I am Mimi Alkire. It's M-I-M-I-A-L-K-I-R-E, and I'm a retired Portland Public School middle and high school math teachers. I'm happy to hear that math teachers are well represented tonight. I'm here tonight to bring an opportunity for PPS students to your attention. I'm currently working with the League of Women Voters of Oregon to revive the statewide student mock election. You probably know the League is a fiercely nonpartisan grassroots organization. We never endorse or support individual candidates or a party. During the November 2022 election, we found that the firewalls around public school email systems were formidable. We ended up with 37 schools participating, nearly 5,000 students registered for the November 2022 mock election, and only one was from Portland Public Schools. And that one was a school I taught in, and I still had personal contact with friends who were still there. Many of the participating teachers in 2022 heard about the mock election and had to contact us. We were unable to make contact with teachers. We think we can do better. We want to let students and teachers know that this amazing opportunity is available for them. And this spring, we're gearing up for a mock election in Multnomah County for the May special election, with the hope that we will have contacts in place for the 2024 primary and general elections. We're hoping to have better luck this spring in getting information out to the right people in Portland schools to support participating teachers, where you have a civics education curriculum, again, completely nonpartisan, and lots of information about how their government works. We also create the mock ballots. We provide a lesson plan with plenty of ideas about how to prepare students for the vote. We then collect the student voting data and we publish the results. We've met with the District Student Council. We've started working with Byrne on getting a student representative in each high school to act as a mock election liaison. And we also want to invite middle school students to participate. It's never too early to get involved in your democracy. So what we're hoping is that you as a board will lend your support and maybe provide direction to us as to how we can move forward and help make sure that Portland young people are civically engaged and educated and ready to start running our democracy. Well, thank you very much for allowing us to bring this to your attention tonight.
Thank you.
That concludes general public comment.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for your comments tonight. Next up on our agenda, as part of our agreement with the Portland Association of Teachers, the association shall be provided time on the agenda of each regular board meeting for brief comments, and I would welcome President Angela Bonilla. And President Bonilla, what you said, I'm very excited to hear from you tonight. I'm also excited to get to some of our key items before 9, and any help you can provide on that. But for now, the floor is yours.
All right, I will make sure that my 7 pages of comments go quickly. Hello, always glad to be here. Hello, Superintendent, Board Chair Scott, Vice Chair Hollins, Student Representative McMahon, members of the school board. As always, I want to start with appreciations. First, I really appreciate being able to have this meeting here at McDaniel High School. It's great to have everyone coming out into our community, being able to hold space for folks who just may not make it all the way to the district central office. Is that a hand? Yes.
I wanted to make sure I got permission first.
Ah, yes, go ahead.
So I wanted to thank you for, and I don't know if everybody understands, some people do, I want to thank you for the conversation that we had.
Oh.
It was very insightful, and I wanted to just thank you for that conversation. You know, the banter the conversation that we had at the board meetings, you know, I just really wanted to say thank you for that conversation. And also I wanted to make sure that it was, because I heard some other things that happened out in the crowd during that time. And the stuff that I heard out in the crowd was very unacceptable. And so I just wanted to make sure, board, colleagues, superintendent, that if we hear any of our staff or things that are saying derogatory comments about folks, about people who are speaking, that we really make sure that we hold them accountable. And that didn't come from Ms. Andrews, that came from other people emailing me about the comments that was said outside of it by some of our staff. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear that I would never condone, regardless of me and Ms. Bonilla's conversation between me and her, whether it's at a board meeting or wherever, but the comments that I heard that was said out in the audience from our staff, just want to make sure that if it comes back to me and I find out who it is, I will hope me and the board will instruct the superintendent to deal with it swiftly as well. So I just wanted to make sure I said that, because I wanted to make sure that you feel protected when you're up here, especially when I'm up here too. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw a hand. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. I made sure to do the, typical thing of reporting to HR and making sure to document and reaching out to the person themselves. And I did receive an apology, which was very nice. So again, I just want to appreciate y'all for having this meeting here. I also want to appreciate the members of the Superintendent's Task Force on Safety and Security. Having a chance to talk about safety as an issue that's holistic, looking at the multiple factors that impact safety in our schools has been really helpful, especially having so many stakeholders in the same space so we can learn each other's acronyms and actually get down to work. So that's really great. And I also want to appreciate every frontline worker in our schools for the work that they do every day, for getting up and coming back to work every day, and for sticking with this district as we work to build a better day for all of our students. And I also just want to, invite, last public meeting, I invited this board to join me in a restorative circle. So I just want to make sure y'all know that invitation is still open. And now I have to share some of the concerns that have popped up since the last time I came and spoke before y'all. So first, I just want to appreciate the conversation about the public comment and the rescinding of enacting that today. Educators and workers come to the school board in order to share their concerns about the proposed changes to public comment. After hearing your comments, my first thought as a teacher is, well, what are some of the barriers that folks have when it comes to public comment, right? Like, it's a long meeting, but also, do we have any models in public that have public comment that are able to use their time effectively? I think much of public comment is made to this is to make this body aware of issues and concerns that you may not have heard of. And I love the idea of prioritizing student comment and student representatives report, because I'm often here when everyone gets up and leaves, and Byron is just like, oh, okay. So I'm glad that we were able to have that earlier. I also wonder how many people can actually find the agenda on Board Book and know how to sign up for specific topics, especially if they haven't signed up for the listserv. So that might be one way to get more folks involved in that way. I think public comment is also a way to build public trust. When workers, students, family members testify at the board, often they do so as a last resort. Many of us have written emails or had meetings with one of the many layers of management to attempt to solve problems, but we're ignored or we fall to the bottom of a inbox. Unfortunately, when issues are brought to this body, that's when we receive support or even just a response from those with the institutionalized power in our district. So even though it shouldn't be this way, that is the way that it has been, and folks come here to hold us to high expectations. Our educators, students, staff, executive leaders, every layer in between, they come here to hold us accountable. And I do believe that this decision, it sounds like, was made thinking pragmatically, not necessarily politically, but that's the beauty of public comment. You have the space to hear different perspectives that you may not have realized existed, and they can inform your decisions and make those decisions more inclusive. Next, I want to speak to the issue of the budget, staffing, and SPED. So as y'all know, the superintendent will be proposing the budget for the 23-24 school year soon. And although the budget committee and school board vote for this budget will not happen until June, part of the preparation for the budget is deciding how many full-time equivalent FTE will be allocated to different schools and departments. So this year we have 240 FTE that are unassigned for PAT educators. Unassignment means that educators who are working at a site currently have been told that all or part of their current position will no longer exist and they have to apply for or be placed in another position in the district. And our HR department says that they do not expect layoffs, and the majority of the unassignments are partial, which means that staff will be splitting time between multiple sites or actually move to another site in order to try to be full-time at one place. And contractually, every FTE that has been unassigned will be placed into a position, but there is also a severe reduction in certain services with these FTE cuts, and it's impacting students with a lot of the highest needs. So I have testimony from several of our special educators that I've brought here. A few of them were able to testify today at the bargaining session we had, so I encourage y'all to check it out. But I also wanted to make sure that in my role, I elevate the voices of the concerns that I've heard. So it's funny, a lot of the things have already been said, so I will be able to kind of speed through this. But one issue, the first issue that has come to my attention from educators and students is the issue with the McDaniel Field. I'm very glad to hear that there is a contractor and work will be done. We want to make sure that our student athletes have the resources and fields that they need and that they're not missing instruction in order to go do the sports that they love. Next, I wanted to bring up the concerns around OLA, the Online Learning Academy. Even though we've discussed this as a school multiple times, the district has designated it as a program, so there hasn't been an overview by the board. And I appreciate the previous speaker who spoke to the need and the policy to still have these conversations around these different programs. Most folks thought that this program was permanent, and a few weeks before staff were informed of the closure, they had actually just accepted several students for the next semester, so it was a really big shock for them. And the miscommunication or lack of communication has led families to try to figure out what they're going to do next year. What I've been told is that they have been told to use other virtual programs, to go to virtual charter schools. Basically, hey, there's no space here, we don't have a program, you might as well go somewhere else. And we also have programs within our district that are virtual, but a lot of them do not serve K-5. So I would, when we're thinking about populations of students and population loss, when we're talking about like how much funding we're having, I would love to make sure that we're finding a way to keep students in our district when they want to stay in our district. Next, I want to bring up the issue of the needs of school psychologists. Y'all are not an issue. I appreciate y'all. Currently, school psychologists are staffed according to a formula that's updated every 3 years. And that formula is created by the district, and it can be found on page 9 of the core program and staffing guidelines for 23-24. And right now, that formula change, as reported by our school psychs, is going to reduce FTE from Title I schools and schools that predominantly serve culturally, linguistically, and racially diverse students. The issue with this population and with school psychs is that they are not losing FTE because there are less students who are identified as needing special ed. Currently, we have 16.5 of students in PPS identified for those services, and based on that number, school psychs caseloads will increase by an average of 30 students with IEPs, individualized education plans, at the elementary and high school levels. And we are lucky to have amazing professionals. We have a school psychologist who wrote and won a grant to provide, I think it was $5.5 million to hire clinical school psychologists. They got support from a school psychologist, like national organization, in order to serve Title I students. So there is a very big concern that this change in formula is going to impact that grant and provide even less funds to support all of our students. The National Association of School Psychologists recommends that ratios do not exceed 1 to 500 and that they account for student needs and school needs. And right now the staffing formula is 1 to 850 total school enrollment, not specifically special ed students, from K through 12. The next topic I want to talk to is about our teachers on special assignment, or also known as our TOSAs. PBS management has eliminated 50 TOSA positions and 6, one which was unfilled, district-wide tech coach positions. So for those folks who may not know, TOSAs are the educators with decades of experience who provide training and guidance to educators around multiple topics, multi-tiered systems of support. They help implement multi-million-dollar curriculum adoptions. They give specific subject and grade level topic support, like science in middle school, language arts in high schools. The tech coaches have traditionally supported us, educators in buildings, to learn all the new tech that we have and the new apps that we have so that we can fully implement them in our classrooms. As a new educator, I heavily relied on my mentor teacher and my DLI TOSA for guidance while I learned how to manage my own 4th grade classroom, how to support students with high needs, students reading, anywhere from a kindergarten to a 6th grade level of complexity in the same class, as well as teaching and translating materials in Spanish and in English. So without my TOSA, Alma Velasquez, the current principal at Jason Lee, I would have really been lost around how to teach DLI that first year. And then as the instructional coach and leader of our Instructional Leadership for Equity team and the co-leader of our multi-tiered systems of support student intervention team at Scott, TOSAs were critical in supporting our work. Having Katie Melcher as our TOSA helped us develop our systems for supporting our highest needs students, and it helped me figure out what systems needed to be built between our SIT team and our PLC, our professional learning community leaders. Next year, the district has decided to cut these 56 positions, but to add 34 instructional coaches to buildings, which is great. And as great as that will be for the sites that get them, if TOSAs apply for those and are accepted by the principal for that position, they will not be able to support all the other educators at other sites. That's the beauty of the TOSA position. It is district-based and it is able to support schools across the district. They will also take a pay cut to do this work. So for DLI specifically, we do not have enough TOSAs within each specialization to support each school as a coach. And this change in model will not only impact the longtime educators who have had their positions cut, but it'll also impact every educator and every student that those educators serve, because they're not going to receive the support they need in a timely manner. According to the research from John Hattie, the highest impact on student learning and achievement is collective teacher efficacy. That has an effect size of 1.57, potential to considerably accelerate student achievement. So that means that if 0.4 is like 1 year of learning, collective teacher efficacy means students will show almost 4 years of growth in 1 year's time. We also know that students' needs after COVID closures have only increased. I hear from experienced teachers every day. A class of 30 now is not like a class of 30 when I started years ago, right? So collective teacher efficacy cannot happen when teachers are burned out and they feel ineffective because their attention is split 35 different ways. Collective teacher efficacy cannot happen when administration and leadership make decisions without considering teacher input. Collective teacher efficacy cannot happen when we have to bargain for language that makes us get more pay or more support the larger the class. We don't want extra pay to do an impossible job. Every single person here that's raising a sign, every worker here that's wearing blue or yellow or purple or orange or black or green, we all want students to be able to learn, to connect with each other, to build with each other, to support each other. And our folks, our staff, everyone who works in Portland Public Schools, well, the folks that have shared that work for Portland Public Schools who've come up today, they've shared that they feel like our district's going in the wrong direction. There are things profoundly wrong with our district and how those with power acknowledge and treat us. And unless we can change our direction, we're going to continue to fail our students, our communities, and our educators. We've said this before, but I want to just make sure that I make it clear. Educators want to feel like the work they do is sustainable, it's equitable, it's stabilizing. We want to feel like the work we do and the work we are assigned is actually possible. We want to love working for this district. We want to love working for PPS, and hopefully we can work together to make that happen. So thank you, and I will leave these with Kara.
Angela.
Yes, Director Hollins.
Yes, so I was watching the negotiations today, and Liz, make sure I don't go too off the rails, right? But I watched all three sections, which was great. But I want to have a question about the psychiatrist conversation. Psychologist
School
conversation.
psychologist.
Yes. From my understanding of that conversation, that it was still in process of working out, and that to make sure, I don't know if what's his name was here, but from my understanding of that conversation that was public, that we were actually going to be adding, just from the conversation publicly, that we were actually going to be adding, not taking away.
Thank you for asking. The conversation,
Actually,
yes.
President Bonilla, I'm sorry.
that-
I just want to check with legal counsel here
too
really quick.
much?
I know Vice Chair Hollins is asking a question based on the testimony, which is publicly available. I want to make sure we don't engage in bargaining in this
yes.
meeting, because that would, of course, violate
Yes.
labor law.
So
I'm going to just turn it over to Liz to give us a little
Yes.
bit of advice.
Thank you.
So I'm not sure I'm clear exactly on if it's in the bargaining session today that was being discussed, it's probably not something we should have engagement with here. That's a topic of current bargaining.
Yes. So I can talk about my testimony, right?
You can, I have to advise him.
Okay, great. Just checking. I was like, yes. Okay, great. So in my testimony, I pointed out that formula is in the current staffing handbook. So that's the handbook that has already gone out to administrators and principals, and that staffing has been based off of. So that is my understanding, based on what I wrote and what I know and what I've been told by school psychs about this process, is that nothing is finalized until the budget is finalized. That's what we learned last year, right, with all the cuts and the changes. So the staffing isn't technically finalized, but that information has been shared with all administrators and staff already.
Okay, thank you. And the reason why I ask that, because as I'm watching these negotiations and I hear something, whether it's from PAT side or from our side, I want to make sure that I'm holding folks accountable. So if I hear we're going to be adding and then all of a sudden it doesn't happen, then for me, I'm going to be looking at accountability as like, well, I heard them say it. And so I just wanted that's why I was just making sure of that conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. Next up tonight, the Service Employees International Union has requested time to speak this evening, and I want to welcome Amy Sylvia, the SEIU co-chair, and thank her for being here tonight. Welcome and thanks.
Good evening, Chair Scott, board members, Student Representative McMahon, Superintendent Guerrero. Like me, this should be pretty short and sweet. My name is Amy Sylvia, S-I-L-V-I-A. My pronouns are she, her, or they. I'm the lunch lady at Maplewood Elementary. I have one daughter in PPS at Ida B. Wells Barnett High School. And I've been serving breakfast and lunch to our community for 10 years. I just got my 10-year email. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of SEIU 503 Local 140. We represent the custodians who keep our schools safe and clean, and the cafeteria staff who feed our students. In December bargaining survey, we found that 70% of our members live paycheck to paycheck, and that 67% have to cut corners to complete their work due to short staffing. I don't know what the numbers are for who all has a second job, but I have a second job, and I'm tired. I'm here tonight in solidarity with all PPS union workers because we need your help to provide the safe, sustainable, and equitable schools our students deserve. We know you share these values, and we're glad to report that with your help, we have made some real progress. Last year, there were more than 60 vacant custodial positions, and the turnover rate was so high it was getting worse. When you heard that the bathrooms had not been sanitized in over a month, you decided to prioritize competitive wages to address this problem. It has made a big difference. There are now only 14 vacant positions, which means our schools are cleaner than they've been in years. Without open public comment, you may never have heard how bad it was, and we'd still be in that downward spiral. We're glad that PPS is having APPA do an independent audit to determine how many custodians we should have to keep our schools safe and clean on a regular basis, and we'll be making proposals to ensure that those standards are met. A few months ago, ATU bus drivers came and shared their stories about how unsafe and insecure bus lots were. They asked for your help, and you decided to take action. Without the open public comments, you may never have heard about their personal stories or done anything about it. Many other brave staff, students, parents, and teachers have used open public comment to inform you about critical issues that need to be addressed, issues they raised at all the lower levels without success. The ability to bring these issues directly to you, the people with the power to address those issues, is crucial. We still have a long list of issues to address to make our schools safe, sustainable, and equitable. Special education, para-education, trades, maintenance, nutrition services, we're all suffering from short staffing. Every single day, I get an email telling me which of my kitchen supervisors are telling me which kitchens my supervisors are working in. Our director, our accountant, and other office staff from nutrition services are also pulled away from their actual jobs to help feed students because we don't have enough staff to cover the absences. This is not cost-effective, sustainable, or efficient. Budgets are moral documents. In the budget process, you'll be presented with lots of numbers and projection. The good news is that actual enrollment is well above the fiscal cliff projection that PPS shared in multiple board meetings. PPS should actually be getting more money than last year with the proposed increase in state budget funds in the governor's recommended budget. With your help, we can continue to make progress. Instead of restricting public comment, I encourage you to listen to the issues your staff and students bring you. Instead of cutting student-facing staff, I encourage you to invest in your frontline staff so we can continue to make real progress towards providing the safe, sustainable, and equitable schools we all deserve. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thanks for those comments. We're going to move on. I do just want to say one thing, which is not the main part of your testimony. I appreciate everything about the public comment. Just about the state funding situation, I do want to make sure folks realize, even if the state fund goes up, if our costs have gone up faster, which they generally do, that's one of the reasons for the budget shortfall. And I just want to make sure everyone's aware. We have said $10.3 billion is the minimum to keep current service level, given some of those cost increases. Right now, the state is talking about anywhere between 9.5 and 9.9 billion. So I just want to be clear. Right now, we're looking at cuts. So any advocacy that can happen down in Salem to at least get us to that 10.3 number, and let's be honest, 11.9 billion for the QEM model would actually allow us to add many of the services that people are talking about. But anyway, I know that was not the main point of your testimony. Just we need every voice down in Salem pushing hard for the additional funding. With that, we're going to move on. Next up, we have board committee and conference reports. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip these unless someone has a really burning board committee or conference report.
I will send out an email about just the developments in the legislature from the Intergovernmental Committee and the bills that we're advocating for and tracking.
Great, thank you.
And you just gave an excellent primer on the general state of the state school fund.
Yeah.
I have a quick audit committee report. We met on last Thursday. We discussed the staff recommendation to extend the contract with the school district's financial statement auditors for an additional year. We, as a committee, unanimously agreed with the staff recommendation to extend the current contract, and the audit committee will reconsider the contract next year. We discussed and confirmed with staff that the 2020 bond auditors, that contract does not expire until 2026. I'm skipping through a couple of the main points. We got a status update on the status implementation of recommendations included in the purchase card audit completed in 2021. All of the recommendations have been implemented. We wanted to congratulate the Director of Purchasing. We also heard the Office of Internal Auditor's first annual report. I'm sorry, their annual report includes reporting on key performance indicators designed to help gauge how much impact the internal audit function has on the district. The Office of Internal Performance Audit reported the rate school district management agreed with recommendations made in audit reports was 94%, which is high. Of the 31 recommendations made, management agreed with 29. The Office of Internal Performance Audit also reported on the recommendation implementation rate, which is 71%. And finally, we discussed the performance, the Office of Internal Performance proposed audit plan that will include, we'll bring that to via email to the entire, I'll send an email but bring it to the entire board. But it includes a safety plan audit, and that would be where the safety implementation we talked about that would be completed in 2023 would have a spot audit. So we would audit that whatever per building safety plan was being implemented with fidelity.
Thank you. Next agenda item is the renewal of the Lamont Charter School. Director Green, as chair of the board's Charter and Alternative Program Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
I would not. I'm going to ask Karina and Tara to come up. It's Women's Month. They're much smarter than I am. They've done so much work on this. I don't want anybody to get the idea that I ran this show. I showed up where they told me to show up. I listened to some amazing reports. These women are so much smarter than I am. So I know they're going to do a much better job than I would. So I'm going to turn it over to Karina and Tara to tell us how amazing Lamont is, because they rock.
Thank you very much, Director Green. Good evening, Superintendents, Chair Scott, Vice Chair Hollins, and Board of Directors. As Director Green said, my name is Karina Wolf, and I serve as the Area Senior Director of Multiple Pathways to Graduation Schools, which includes our charter schools. And I am here with Tara O'Neill, the Director of our charter schools. As we have provided in the board packets, and as we have reviewed in the two previous alternative school, charter school and alternative programs school board committee meetings, all of the information on Lamont K-8 charter school renewal. Because we have provided information, we're just going to give an overview. I'll start and then I'm going to hand it off to Tara. Lamont French Immersion Charter School is a K-8 charter school located in Portland's close-in east side, serving about 375 students. Lamond is a full French immersion program using educational practices and curriculum from around the world. As much as possible, Lamond employs native French speakers as teachers. Lamond's mission is to educate children in a French immersion environment that honors the best international academic traditions and develops students who are inquisitive, reflective, communicative, and caring. Some features of Lamond's program beyond language immersion include an extended school year with at least 180 days of instruction and a school day of 30 minutes longer than the average school district day. In addition to instruction in French and English language, the school offers additional language instruction in Spanish beginning in the 3rd grade, as well as a rich arts and PE program. Before I hand it over to Tara, I do want to say that the director, the head of school, is also available, and she's online virtually.
Though I heard it is snowing near where that is, and she's currently driving, so we'll see about that immediately available part if she's needed. Thank you. I'm Tara O'Neill, the Director of Charter Schools, as Karina said. I'm going to continue here. Lamond opened in 2012, is in its 11th year of operation. It successfully applied for charter renewals in both 2015 and 2018. The school's currently operating under a 5-year charter agreement, which will terminate on June 30th of 2023. Lamond formally submitted the application for renewal of its charter for, per ORS 338, the Oregon Charter School Law. This renewal term shall be for a minimum of 5 years, but may not exceed 10 years. Lamond has requested a 10-year renewal of its charter, consistent with the third renewal terms of other established charter schools sponsored by PPS. Some highlights of the latest renewal term from Lamond. Lamond has been recognized as an IB World School in the primary years program. Also, since graduating its first 8th grade class in 2020, Lamond has awarded pre-9th grade high school French credit to 100% of its graduating students. Additionally, 93% of its 8th grade students earned pre-9th grade high school algebra credit as well. Lamond's assessment averages at all grades regularly meet or exceed district averages and state targets on the state assessments. Some considerations: the student population at Lamond reflects lower representation of students of historically underserved populations than the district as a whole. And due to small student numbers, it is difficult to disaggregate achievement data for all student groups with statistical significance. Some requests from Lamond for consideration in this renewal contract. Lamond has requested a continued agreement to award pre-9th grade high school credit for French and Spanish based in the same methods that PPS will award that credit, as well as for high school algebra. One positive result of Lamond's outreach to underserved communities, Lamond has posted translated enrollment information as well as made hard copy brochures available in all district-supported languages. And the 22-23 school year showed an increase in ELL students at 12% of their incoming kindergarten class. Some outreach results that are positive. Lamond's continued work is to broaden its outreach to historically underserved communities, resulting in a more diverse student population. To summarize, in academic, financial, and organizational performance, the Charter Schools Office found no areas of concern regarding statutory compliance with Lamond.
Now, wasn't that an amazing report? So I would like to add for the board to consider that as part of the push when we had the meeting, because I do push, I asked the question, we talked about diversity. One of the things that we talked about, they were very recognizing and aware that their numbers were, as far as diversity goes, were low, but they've been very intentional about reaching out to different communities, putting articles in the scanner, reaching out to black pastors, showing up at churches of color, and if you show up at church of color, we're gonna make you wait till the service is over before we actually let you talk about what you want to talk about.
That's a long time.
Yeah, that's a thing. But they were intentional about that. They've been intentional about the efforts even though they haven't been getting a lot of response from those efforts. They did also suggest that if they were, like every other charter school that I work with, if they had some help with, like buses, TriMets, something to help get kids to the schools. But that's every charter school is asking for that same thing, so that wasn't news to me. But they were also bringing that up. And then there was some push around, we noticing that they don't necessarily accept kids after the 2nd grade. Like, what is the logic behind that? And when they began to share, what they began to share was that because they're full immersion, like we're speaking French all the time. It's like all of your classes, everything that we do is in French. Accepting someone beyond that makes it actually harder on the student, and it's harder to catch up. And so that's the logic. It made sense to me. You look at the numbers, and they're doing well. And so if all their kids are doing well, I don't care if they're all white. I just care that all their kids are doing well, because the kids that go to that school, they need the things that that school offers. So our job is to make sure, I feel, that the charters and the schools that are serving the kids serve them the best that they possibly can, regardless of who the circle is. And Lamont is proving that. And so I was a vote out of the committee to let's bring this to the board. It passed, and that was my take on it.
Great. Thank you, Director Green. Do I have?
Excuse me, I had a question about the outreach. I know that's challenging, reaching out for the charter schools. Have we tried reaching out to ERCO that serves French-speaking Africans?
The answer is yes, and Shuka, the head of schools, would be happy to answer your question.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
We can, thanks.
Perfect, thank you. We have done outreach to ERCO. We've also, we've both worked with folks from there, and we've also, we send our brochure and a letter describing the organization. I've sent it to pretty much every organization that serves any community that might be marginally interested in French, and any, basically, all of the immigrant and refugee community organizations that I could find. We sent a letter and our brochure and invited them to talk with us about learning more about the school.
Thank you. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6657, approving renewal of the charter agreement with Lamont French Immersion Public Charter School?
I'll make the motion.
Motion is made by Director Green and seconded by Vice Chair Hollins. Any further board discussion? And Kara, is there?
Just
I'm sorry.
I had a question.
Great, Director Bromedowitz.
Thank you. So this issue, having been on the charter committee before, the issue of diversity and recruitment and trying to sort of change the dynamics in terms of the student population served, I know is an ongoing issue for a lot of the charters. And I had already been briefed by Director Green about all the work that had been done, so I don't have any questions about the work that's been done, but I'm noting that we're approving it for 10 years. I'm wondering if there is some sort of check-in or sort of annual monitoring, or if we vote, this is sort of the end and it's not a topic again for another 10 years, at which time I promise I won't be here.
And probably me too. I would definitely say yes, the schools all receive an annual evaluation from PPS where we look exactly at those things: demographics, academic results, how organizational governance is working, all of those things. Each annual performance framework, it's called, accumulates 3 years at a time worth of data so that we can have a rolling 3-year picture of things, as well as continuing on beyond 3 years. So we definitely look at that data annually, and we report that out.
That gets reported out to the charter committee on an annual basis.
Yeah.
And is it, Is it in a form that you can, like a dashboard that you could compare the charter schools, how they're doing?
We don't have those on a dashboard. That's a really great idea.
Great. Any additional board discussion? All right, Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment? No. Great. The board will now vote on Resolution 6657 to approve the renewal of the charter agreement with Vermont French Immersion Public Charter School. All of those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Are there any abstentions? Student Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Resolution 6657 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. Thank you very much for being here.
I was just going to add that I think, Steph, you might have buried the lead a little bit, which is that the process for charter renewals is very prescriptive by the state, and they fulfilled or exceeded expectations in every single category. So it's a pretty straightforward process, and they're on very solid ground.
Great. I know that there are a number of people here tonight in the audience, I think, who are here for an item on our consent agenda, and I wanted to ask the board's permission to move our consent agenda forward. There's somebody who signed up to testify on the consent agenda, so I thought, just given that folks are here for that, it's still going to be a while before we get there. We have a lot of other items to get to, so is the board okay moving the consent agenda forward?
Yes.
Yes, 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 great. So let me skip to the end. So the board will now vote on the consent agenda, and if there are any items that the board members would like to pull, we can set those aside for discussion now, I guess, if we want to. Ms. Bradshaw, first, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
And board members, are there any items you want to pull from the consent agenda for separate discussion or questions? No. Okay, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Motion is moved by Director Green and seconded by Vice Chair Hollins. And at this point, I would ask if there's any public comment on the consent agenda.
Yes. Marcy Burkowski.
Thank you. Welcome, and thanks for being here.
Oh, it's the Head Start.
Thank you so much. My name is actually Marcy Berkowitz. Last name is spelled Berkowitz. And I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about Head Start, which is near and dear to my heart. And also that you moved it up on the agenda, because all of my colleagues here are going to be up at 7:30, or in their classrooms, I should say, at 7:30 tomorrow morning with many, many little people. I've been teaching in Portland Public Schools for 18 years and teaching for a total of 29 years. And I share that information to let you know that I've dedicated my professional life to the teaching profession and to supporting children's learning in the best way we know how. And also because over those years, I've seen many teachers and programs, and the program and teachers that I am talking about tonight are among the best that I have ever experienced. I'm here speaking to you today because we have been told that the enrichment program for Head Start classrooms has been cut, and the teachers have been unassigned. So as of now, the children will not have enrichment next year and beyond. The enrichment program is working beautifully and providing so much for the young children it serves. Parents, students, and teachers all greatly value this program and see the numerous benefits it's providing for these children. It is working exactly as it was intended to. There have been no challenges, no difficulties, and as someone experiencing this program firsthand each week, I actually believe it is surpassing expectations. I'm surprised and saddened that as a district, we are choosing to cut a program that is doing exactly what we say we want for children, especially for our lowest resourced, most vulnerable children. And I will say children who cannot be here speaking for themselves. So just to tag on to what we were talking about earlier, yes, absolutely, it's great for young people to come and speak to you, but my students are 3, 4, and 5 years old and would not be able to do that. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. The enrichment program offers the youngest of our children in PPS, as they begin to form their sense of self and identity, a chance to explore and experiment with a wide variety of materials, to consider different artists' unique ideas and ways of viewing the world, and to see themselves as artists as well. Along with art, the teachers weave movement, social-emotional learning, and cultural competency into their lessons each week. These teachers are experts. They're comfortable with experimentation, with materials that others shy away from, and they bring a tremendous amount of richness to the students every week. In 1 hour a week, these teachers provide windows and mirrors to our children. Mirrors as the children learn about artists who look like them so that they can see themselves in the accomplished professional and creative humans they learn about. Windows as they experience a huge variety of artists and materials that open up new worlds of thought and possibilities for them. This is the best of teaching, done with love and care, awareness and compassion. Not only that, but this program is accomplished with only 2.5 teaching positions, but they reach over 500 children. Of these more than 500 children, over 65% of them are below the 100% poverty line or on public assistance, 15% are houseless, 45% are dual language learners, and more than half are students of color. In my class alone, 100% of my students are Hispanic and/or students of color. We serve over 20% of students who receive special ed services or have an open disability concern, and many who have experienced trauma in their young lives. One of my students, who has suffered multiple traumas already at 5 years old, is at his best, most peaceful, and most open and articulate when he is painting and working with art materials. These are the children who are currently experiencing this incredible enrichment program taught by a few very experienced and dedicated professionals. This is a timely issue. That's why I'm here tonight, because it needs to be addressed now, because these teachers who have dedicated themselves to this work are now unassigned, and they need to begin interviewing so that they have their livelihood next year. We don't want to lose them. We need to keep them for these children who need them. This is the best of everything we want in education. Excellent teaching practices serving our youngest and most vulnerable populations, creating joy, learning, and cultural competency, and offering children a chance, I'm almost done, to see themselves as doers, as powerful, and as artists. This is an undeniable success, and yet the district is choosing to take it away. Please do not let this program go. Instead of taking it away, this should become the model for all of our pre-K classrooms. I sincerely hope you will reconsider reinstating this program so that it can continue without interruption, and our children will continue to cheer every week when their enrichment teacher walks through their classroom door.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Superintendent, I'm just curious, could you address the decision that's being referenced in the testimony and where we are in the process on that?
I do want to address the issue, but I also want to speak with some accurate information, so I will follow up with the board.
Okay. I guess my main question is there anything in this consent agenda that is enacting because what it sounds like we're talking about is a budget issue, which of course, we'll be discussing over the next few weeks, and I'm just,
I had the same question if it was related to a consent item as well.
I'm sorry, you couldn't.
I had the same question as to whether it was related to a consent agenda item.
Okay.
So I have a just follow-up
Director
also
Edwards.
for the superintendent, I guess along with that same packet of information. I'm curious whether, now that we're adding preschool for all slots, whether there's any difference in the what gets offered to students in those two programs. So if you're in a preschool for all slot, do you have access to X, Y, and Z? And if you're in Head Start, you have access to A, B, and C? I'd just be interested to know, since we have such a long history with Head Start, and what that means with a new model kind of joining our district. You don't have to answer it now, but whenever we get this other answer, I'd like to know that.
Sure, and I'd love to spend a little time with the board talking early education generally. As you probably know, most of our early education classrooms incorporate braided funding on Preschool for All, our own resources, as well as Head Start, and of course I'm a big proponent of early education and the arts. So I do want to take this topic up.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to actually suggest that we hold the vote on the consent agenda. The superintendent, just to, again, make sure, I just want to understand if one of the Head Start items were enacting it, which I don't think it does, and having read through it, but we'll get confirmation on that, come back and vote. Thank you very much for your testimony.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair
Well,
Scott.
that's, I don't think the word is table. I think, Liz, we can just we can just, we've now put it on the table. Can we just sort of let it sit there until we come back to it later, or?
Move to a time certain.
Later in this meeting, or?
Later in this meeting, yeah.
The entire consent agenda?
Sorry?
Yes.
The entire consent agenda, yeah.
I think that's fine.
I can just let it sit there,
Yes.
and then we'll come back to it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, he's checking right now, staff. Yeah. Great, thank you, and thanks everyone for being here tonight. All right, now back to our regularly scheduled programming. Next up is an update on our district's middle school redesign efforts. And back to you, Superintendent, for introducing this item. I know we've asked him a bunch. Come on, yeah, feel free to come on up, Superintendent, the middle school redesign.
Yeah, switching topics to our middle graders. As you know, directors, we've had a big interest in taking a close look at our programming at the middle grades level. Post-pandemic, we're glad to be getting back to some pretty intensive conversations about our middle grades redesign plan. So tonight we have our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Kimberly Armstrong, as well as a couple of folks who've been taking a strong lead. I think it's their debut, actually. We have Ms. Joanna Tobin, our Senior Director of Middle Grades Core Academics, as well as Angine Bryant, who serves as our Director of Middle School Redesign. So I'm glad you're going to get to hear from the two of them. And of course, we have the trustee Margaret Calvert, our Regional Superintendent of Secondary Schools, here as well. So I think the four of them are going to provide you with an initial overview of where we are and what our intentions are moving forward. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Armstrong.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good evening, Board Chair, Director Scott, Vice Chair, Director Hollins, members of the board, Superintendent Guerrero, Student Representative McMahon, members of Portland Public Schools and partners. My name is Dr. Kimberly Armstrong, and I serve as Chief Academic Officer. I'm also proud to be in the host site, at the host site of McDaniel. It's where my son attends school, and he enjoys it. So I'm excited about that. It's a pleasure to introduce under Board Goal 3, 8th grade readiness, the middle school redesign report. Our team will introduce themselves as they take their microphone. So the successful middle school, coming from the text, from the AMLE, Organization Association of Middle Level Education, this we believe is now, next slide, in its 5th edition, and emphasizes what a true middle school needs to address the developmental and cultural needs of students ages 10 through 14, which is generally 5th through 8th grade. This quote has been the foundation in grounding and focusing our work. Before my colleagues take the microphone, I want to speak on the structure of our team and offer gratitude for those who are helping our work take shape. We have 4 different teams or committees that have been a part of the design this year of middle school redesign, although we know that this work did not start this year. But as we continue on the work, I just want to acknowledge our project team, our steering committee made up of both PAT members and district and site admin, the same with our advisory committee. Many of those names you see listed, and then our priority design team, where we have the opportunity to be in community to really talk about what it means to redesign our middle schools. With that, I am going to turn it over to Joanna.
Before you go further, can I just ask a definitional question?
Sure.
What are we doing with the remaining K-8s as part that are still in existence? Are they part of that cohort, like the 6th, 7th, and 8th part of this cohort, or are they just a different thing?
Yeah, she's actually, yeah, go ahead.
Great, I'll jump in there. At this time, we have Harrison Park transitioning to a middle school. We also are including all of our K-8s in the redesign efforts, as you'll hear more about tonight. Yep, all middle grades, comprehensive middle schools, and K-8s are included.
Everything that's happening, it's all the schools that have 6th, 7th, and 8th grades in them.
Yep, absolutely.
Great.
Okay, with that, I'll introduce myself. I'm Joanna Tobin. I'm the Senior Director for Core Academics, Middle Grades, and Redesign. And it's an absolute pleasure to have a chance to be with you tonight, our board, our student representative, and our superintendent. We'd like to start off by sharing the original design and the redesign efforts and what my colleague in our redesign work on our core team and I really looked at this fall when I started in September with this work. We looked at a great body of work underway. It was during a unique time. Look at those early 2020s, 21, we all remember what that was like. The original model was an opt-in model. Some of our initial conversations as I was getting to know Anjane were about opt-in didn't feel quite right. This is intended to be for all of our students. And so that's where we grounded our thoughts. We connected with our colleagues across departments in PPS, scratched our heads a bit, and really came up with this concept that also was a result of frequently being asked, what is middle grades redesign? Some of you may have been asked that very same question, or some of you in the room may have asked that very question, what is middle grades redesign? And so rather than pointing to a few schools who were working really hard on a problem of practice, a really great research-based problem of practice, we decided to move from that opt-in model into a model that would support all of our students. And so that's where we started our work, really looking at the Association for Middle-Level Educators and their work grounded in a position paper in its 5th iteration titled This We Believe. And that really focuses in on those components that successful middle schools need. And so that's where I'll transition into this next slide, where you can see we recharted that steering team and that advisory team, as Dr. Armstrong opened, cross-departmental teachers, central office administrators really coming together to grapple with what is middle grades redesign. And we decided to really define that work in a multi-year middle grades plan. One of those initiatives, as you know, a key lever is our schedule work, and so I'll touch on that tonight as well. And so what this model does, this shift, we stepped into this work with all of these folks in the advisory, the steering teams, and really defined that plan, which you have in front of you tonight. And now are working on that implementation and launching fully of 18 initiatives rather than we would have had of 4 or 5 initiatives, all of those research-based. And so here you have in front of you this plan that we're very excited to share, the spring 2023 through 2026 middle grades, PPS middle grades redesign plan, grounded in a mission and vision that was co-created with our advisory and steering committee members. Our values probably look very familiar to you. Our Forward Together, our work, really grounding in that, and then our priority areas and initiatives. We added in here one area that is intended to be focused on that adolescent learner. All of our work has started with inviting everyone to think about our 12-year-old self. I also invite you tonight to think about your 12-year-old self as we all ground our thoughts in what middle grades redesign needs to be. What do all of our middle grade students need and deserve? And so just to focus in a little bit more, you can see that middle grades mission, vision, values, and we'd like to dive more deeply into the priority areas and also share with you some strategic investments that already are taking place in PBS and are already underway. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the team here to share a little bit more with you, and then we'll pop back into some of those milestones for redesign.
Good evening, Board of Directors, Student Representative McMahon, folks that are still here. Thank you for being here. So part of what I think surfaced over a number of years as we were looking at middle school redesign, as Ms. Tobin spoke of, really started from problems of practice, and they were grounded in some specific schools. And then now, as we've said, how do you take it to scale? So how do we look at middle grades in a comprehensive way? To Director Brim Edwards' point, middle grades occur in a variety of structures. Some of them are in middle schools and some are in K-8s. But the goal is how do we create really a unified vision of supporting and enhancing our middle grades learners and early adolescents to developing some specific core attributes that will then help them be successful in high school and beyond. So what you're seeing both in the middle school design plan, and then we'll go through the specific investments and strategic priorities, is an alignment with this with our district strategic plan. So we're trying to pull things into alignment so that we can start to see the threads and we can see the vertical growth as students move through our system. I had the opportunity today to listen to some school improvement step backs. So some principals were presenting the work they were doing in their school improvement planning. And one of the threads and themes that came from our conversations today was a value of being able to, for elementary principals to talk to middle school principals, to talk to high school principals. And that having that vertical articulation was really important. So I believe that when we look at the investments that we're looking at for our strategic plan, we're starting to see that this is coalescing around some specific things that we're going to see build K through 12.
Sorry, I feel like I was reading through this, preparing for this board meeting, and I feel like I just have one really, hopefully pretty easy question to ask. So this whole plan is really just like a strategic plan for the middle grades.
Correct.
And so these are like the things that we're currently doing and the steps that we're going to take to improve our middle schools.
True.
So it's sort of like an improvement plan rather than a redesign plan.
It is.
Or is it like significantly changing like how we run middle schools?
It'll end up being there are guiding principles that will lead us to some innovation.
Okay.
So what I would say is that there are three sort of a variety of plans that we are seeing. One is the strategic plan. We have also, over the years, implemented a high school success plan. And now we're looking at middle grades similarly. What are the things that we're going to hold in common across all schools? What are the places of innovation?
Got it. Thank you.
So, I'm sorry. So I just have a question. So if this is the middle school redesign plan, what design have we had for them before?
Repeat the question.
What did we have for middle schools before?
Can I add to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind, I'll add to that. I appreciate the clarifying question because really what this does is it aligns 18 initiatives that are research-based. So while some of these initiatives are underway, they are not streamlined throughout PPS. So what one student may experience in one school, an example I'll give is advisory. We have a handful of schools doing a really great job with advisory. Not all of our middle grade schools currently have advisory. One of the big hurdles has been the master schedule. The schedule allowing time and capacity for our principals and teams to incorporate in advisory. And so along with the strategic planning and the building out of goals and milestones and benchmarking of all 18 initiatives, what we also are doing is leveraging huge levers like our schedule redesign, which actually we're working on this week, we'll have by the end of the week, which the plan to add, just to share a little bit right now, is to bring forth 3 or 4 viable schedules for all of our schools that incorporate in the capacity to have something like the advisory example. Where right now, not all of our school leaders have that ability to lead that work within their current master schedule design. And so there are these big levers that we're moving within those 18 initiatives to really bring that equity back to that conversation we started with of really noticing schools had varying outcomes and experiences. And so that redesign effort, reading the language from the board and the goals along the way, really wanting that to be an experience for all students in PPS.
And who is this like for? Like who reads this, looks at this, and then like implements that plan? Like is this something we give to our administrators or what?
Yeah, and so the way that this report is organized this evening is 5 priority areas. In each of the priority areas, it's the work that has come out of the committee and, as mentioned before, wrapped around our strategic plan. And as we go through each of the priorities, we wanted to share some strategic investments that's happened and some strategies that are either currently in place or being planned. And I think the totality of that is what makes up the middle school redesign. So with that, let me just jump into priority one really quick, and then I'll turn it back over to Margaret. But priority one, the racial equity and social justice, it really, I think the strength in that is about elevating our Black and Native students, having that opportunity to leverage the partnerships that we have through the ResJ office, holding learning space where our middle school students are not only learning about who they are and who they're becoming, but also the adults who are in charge of supporting their growth and development. So just those opportunities for leadership, for mentorship, for advocacy, and really leaning on our culturally specific strategic partners who are invested with us. And already there are some actions coming out of that area, and I'll turn it over to Margaret to speak on those.
So one of the things that that happens in early adolescence, so it goes partly to thinking about what are students thinking about, as students are developing, what's unique about middle school. So many people, we're encouraging people to think about your 12-year-old self, and from where you are, what was important in those times. And what you probably remember is that peers become increasingly important. Your sense of who you are and trying to define your own identity, and connecting to your identity both in terms of your community, your family, your culture, your peers, your school. So part of what we're seeing and the leverage we're looking at here is how do students see themselves and in relationship to each other and the world. And so part of that is through some of the work we're doing with culturally specific partners. Some of it you're going to see in elevating student voice, and that there's going to be pieces about how do we increase student leadership opportunities within middle schools. And then also this last point here about advocacy and positive cultural identity development. At the bottom at the bottom of this slide, you'll see strategy 2 around restorative justice practices. And last spring, as a board, you made some decisions to provide some specific investments into some of our middle schools. And we're working again to say, how do we build on those practices? What does that look like to bring them into the middle schools? And how do we leverage those to, again, build on the notion of connectedness and community within the middle school?
Great. So I got a couple questions. So you asked me to look at my 12-year-old self. So as a Black boy going into a school where sometimes I'm the only one there, what specifically are we going to do how is this going to help with that process? What specifically are we doing that we haven't already done? Because working with culturally specific community partnerships, we've been doing that. We've been doing that all the way since I was in school. So, when we talking about, leadership and mentoring, we had that stuff when I was in school. So what are we doing differently? Because when I look at this, a lot of it seems like it's regurgitation of stuff we've already done. So what differently or what more are we going to do? Because this is what I'm just saying, this is the same thing that I've done when I was in middle school.
So part of what we are seeing in terms of, so an example would be culturally specific student groups, so BSUs, various other groups. And how are those showing up in middle schools? So often, part of what we've had in the past is that BSUs have been something that's happened at the high school level. We're seeing other affinity groups and spaces that we're developing. And I guess what I would say, Director Hollins, is that some of these have been happening in pockets across the district, and then we're saying what should be happening in every single space. So what are the things that we're seeing, the promising practices, and then how do we take them to scale? And that's really the body of this work, is to say what are some of those pieces, and then how do we take it to scale, and say that this is what are we holding common across every single space.
So let me understand. So if I can't remember if I brought them out of middle school or elementary school, but the same experience I'm gonna have on the west side is gonna be different from the experience I'm gonna have on the east side. So how do you make this one size fit all, or this scalable model? You know, like when I look at scalable, I'm looking at McDonald's. Wherever you go to McDonald's, it's gonna be the same thing. It don't matter if you go here, New Jersey, down south, it's gonna be the same thing, huh? France, same thing, right? Well, if you're talking about scalable, how do you scale that to where different areas of the city and pockets of the city have different needs?
So this is part of, in general, when we look at pieces around, in this, like we're at this particular example, what I would say is we want to make sure that we have opportunities for students to see themselves and to see, and to work with developing their identity. So that is that not every school community looks the same. That is true. How are we creating and not only opportunities for students to work, but the theme is there, right? How it shows up in each community is going to be slightly different, but that is going to be something that we're looking at. Advisory is another example, right? So we have done things around social emotional learning. We've talked about how do we do advisory. It is showing up in some spaces. Advisory is 15 minutes once a week. Sometimes advisory is 40 minutes twice a week. So we're trying to look at where are the pieces that we're looking at. Like advisory is a space that we want to invest in and say how do we use it well. And then we're looking at like what are there 2 or 3 examples that then schools can implement. But what we have is a wide variety, and we're trying to really hone in on the practices that we see are high leverage and that we're going to be able to say, here are 2 or 3 that we're using across the system, for example, that we're going to build out. So that's really what the process is.
And if I may interrupt, thank you for, I appreciate that. So, and I appreciate the question. You know, we have one goal at the end of the day, and that's that all of our students graduate prepared for whatever they choose to do next. And the middle level is such a critical time in their maturation. And so when we really think about the redesign, I mean, you're correct. You can go places where everything looks the same, right? The graduation goals and our hopes and our wishes for our students, that they're in safe environments, not just physical safety, but intellectual safety, emotional safety, all of those tenets remain the same. And so when we look across the 5 priorities and the strategic investments, you know, what we're really hoping and what we're working towards is that we can articulate in front of whether it's the board, community, or our superintendent, the experience that every single one of our middle school students should experience in their environment. And you're correct in that every single student is different, and their learning needs and their social environment, whether we're talking micro system or meso system or macro system, right? All of that influences who they are and who they'll become. But the one thing that we can hold true on is the priorities and how it wraps itself around our students as they move through the system. And my hope is that as we get through the other 4 priorities and talk about the strategic investments, maybe that'll be more crystallized than it is right now at the beginning part of this.
Well, I read it, so you're gonna I'm sure you're gonna just go through the same stuff that we read in our presentation packet. But I guess so when I hear, well, we want to see yourself, how is someone going to explain, like, how did I look at the 12-year-old at West Silver Middle School versus a 12-year-old at Tubman Middle School?
I want to.
How do you see yourself?
So, I'm sorry. Say that last part.
How do you see yourself as a 12-year-old boy at West Sylvan versus a 12-year-old boy at Tubman? How do I see myself?
Right. And like I said, as we go through the different priorities, and I hear you saying you read it, and I think our hope is to provide a little more context to what was listed in the report, and then we can speak more fully about and have a common understanding about the way that middle school redesign is headed. I know that leaves you slightly unfulfilled, but I would say trust this.
Come back around to
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
May I add to that question? That's a good question, and I still, I'm having a difficult time, like, really understanding what we're trying to solve. You know, just that question 0, what is that? What are we trying to solve for? And I'm hearing that it's both offering some differentiation based on community and using evidence-based measures across the board that we know that work for children to see themselves. And by the way, they will be defined, they will see themselves reflected in the community around them to some extent. So I'm trying to get at, you know, I'm hearing differentiation and some standardization, making offerings to kids across the board that we know work, that are evidence-based.
That's correct. And what I would just add, and I know many of you spent quite a bit of time in our Southeast Guiding Coalition meetings, right? And part of what surfaced and has been said consistently is, what is the common experience that you're going to be able to get in middle grades regardless of where you live in the city, right? So there's a part about, can we get to some common, and then what is going to be held is going to be unique to specific spaces. What we have currently is there's great variability, is what I would say. So that shows up in terms of bell schedule, in terms of the number of electives, in terms of what are the partnerships that we have in the schools, what are the, those are probably some of the major ones. Yeah. One of the things that coming out of the pandemic that was very central was what are going to be the, how are we going to address some of the needs of students that have not been in school, right? And what does that look like? So there are going to be pieces that that you'll see surface and kind of come back around. We've talked a little bit about advisory. There are going to be other sort of pillars, and as we go through, I think that those will surface. But there are two things that probably I would just want to share is that there's variability, and I think that as we've talked about what that means in middle grades, we also want to be really clear about what experience every student should have, right? And so we're balancing these two things, like what should be unique to a specific site, but what are going to be the theory of action and the drivers that we're going to hold in common across all sites, and that really is the body of the work.
Not that one.
And then one more question about advisory. Can you define how that's being used? Is that number of times students meet with a counselor, or what?
So advisory is a catch-all for many important adolescent development pieces. So this can be our T-cell work. So this is our social emotional work. This is it can be some of the school counseling guidance pieces. And so really the intention is to map out throughout the year the critical lessons that need to be included within advisory, which also is where some of that voice and choice and adolescent learner pieces come into play. Some restorative circles can happen during that time as well. We have some schools doing that work that we really want to replicate as well. So it typically is 25 to 30 minutes and needs to be a consistent time built into the schedule.
So I know we're about halfway through the slides. Let's go ahead and quickly go through the rest of those, and then we'll do another round of board questions and then finish up.
Sure, and I think what will help is if we go to the current practice slide and then we can refer back. I appreciate the note that you all have the priorities and the strategic investments in front of you. So maybe if we can talk from that slide, that'll help make our point clearer.
Sure. So we did focus on that first initiative of racial equity and social justice, and also have that threaded through all of the priorities as well, just really calling out our partnership in those areas. Moving on to the inclusive and differentiated teaching and learning. In this area, we really are focusing on that grade level standards aligned. So speaking to the core curriculum, we can say that we have all core adoptions in place for ELA, as you know, English language arts, science, and math, and our social science adoption is well underway. So we've moved into field testing this week and have training around that. So that piece is happening. Another initiative in this bucket is the student voice and choice, including the project-based learning and a digital portfolio. Some of this crosswalks over to the great capstone work that Anjanae Bryant has been leading, and I look forward to her sharing in just a few moments. Also, the equity for grading and assessment. We are partnering also with Joe Feldman, really looking at that grading for equity, bridging up to our 9-12 work. We have some great work underway at our high schools, and so we are partnering in that effort. We have some schools who have looked at their problem of practice, who have looked at within their SCIP plan, their equitable grading, and we can bridge that now throughout PPS.
Can I ask something about the grading?
Yeah.
So are we requiring schools to move towards a more equitable, standardized set of grading practices?
That's our plan. That's our hope.
It's our hope, but is it like, and it's going to happen
Yeah,
by
it's our
X
plan.
date?
We have professional development outlined in that area, yes.
And when is that? Because I know there's radically different types of grading in the middle grades. When is that we'll all be on the same page of?
Scheduled to do professional development in advance of next year.
Okay.
Yeah. That professional excellence and support bucket, really maximizing our work within our PLCs, our professional learning communities. As you know, this model is shifting a bit heading into next year, and so really being intentional about our middle grades professional development and where that sits within our professional development plan. We have a year long of professional development for our leaders mapped out with the initiatives mapped to it. The interdisciplinary teaming is another area that Anjanae is leading up and really looking at those 8th grade success teams. I'll invite you to share a bit about that at this time.
Good evening. My name is Anjanae Bryant. I'm the Interim Director of Middle School Redesign. I am going to slide back to slide 14, just if I could have you take a look at that. So our 8th grade success teams will essentially be a mechanism for students who are going to be identified at Q1, who are kind of on the periphery and are needing support from core teachers using qualitative and quantitative data, and using those teams and data from those teams, which will receive coaching from buildings and community partners. They will receive support as they transition from 8th grade through the 9th grade. Is that where we are?
We got on slide 14,
Yeah.
is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so if we have time, I'd like to go through the capstone. I know that there's a great deal of investment in an 8th grade capstone, so just kind of a high level overview. Our goal, of course, is to create an equitable, affirming, and meaningful culminating experience for all of our 8th grade students. The problem, of course, has been that historically a larger culminating experience for 8th grade students in Portland Public Schools has not been equitably accessed, which has further validated the predictability of students' experiences based on race, and has also disrupted student learning and instruction based on programs that they are enrolled in across the district. Again, the capstone is an opportunity in our middle grades plan to provide equitable access to a culminating project for our 8th grade students. Specifically, we are going to tie this experience to Tribal History, Shared History, or Senate Bill 13, with a visit at this point tentatively scheduled to be at the Willamette Falls.
Before you do that slide, can I ask?
I know we've jumped around and went out of order. Just want to respond to some of the questions that were coming up. I mean, just in your packet for reference is a timeline, and it really honors the work that started, I would say, even back a year or so ago, and just sort of that lead up into the design team, and then just acknowledging the work that we're still doing. I mean, we have yet to do. I think at this time, I would like to ask if there were any questions.
Great. Let's open it up to some questions. Director Constam and the Director Brim Edwards.
So thank you. I've been looking forward to this, and I appreciate the acknowledgement that we do have a lot of inconsistency out there in our middle school experience. One thing that I don't see really called out in here, but I'm sure you all have been thinking and talking about is, you know, almost everything in here is focused on the individual student's experience. I think it's safe to say that this year and last year in particular, like the ecosystem of our middle schools has been really painful and chaotic and challenging and difficult, and a lot of barriers to learning for a lot of our students because of the culture, the ecosystem, the whole. So I don't, you know, we're probably not up for like a huge conversation about this tonight, but that is something that I would like to hear more about, the attention being paid to creating the community alongside creating the right opportunities and supports for individual students.
And can I just really quick, because I had a similar question, I think it's the same, but is a simple way of saying that, what have we changed in terms of our strategic plan and envisioning as a result of what we've seen in our middle schools the last 2 years? Because they have changed dramatically coming out of the pandemic.
Yeah, I really appreciate that question, and that's where we're grounded in that research of the Association for Middle Level Education, and that is so centered on the adolescent learner. So, Director Constant, when you talk about that ecosystem, that is the heart of the work. And we've brought copies, we brought some party favors tonight. You know, that is where we are grounding our work, is really within that ecosystem. And those pieces that live uniquely within a middle grades environment, whether it's a comprehensive high school or a K-8, need to be consistent. And that's where our efforts are. And so tonight we also crosswalk to the strategic investments that already are underway, but not to minimize what we are planning for. And so what you see tonight is a snapshot of a multi-page document that also does include for each initiative those goals, milestones, and benchmarking that out. And so we paused for a brief moment for a few months with that advisory and steering to really define it and scope, and to now be able to be even more intentional in scaling in what are very clear directions aligned to research.
So can I give one example, if I might? So if you look at the embracing change bullet point up here, so one of the things that's very unique about middle school is it's like constant transition, right? You transition from elementary into middle school, there's a 5th to 6th grade transition, you kind of hang out in 7th grade, and then there's an 8th to 9th grade transition, right? So middle grades, there's a lot of transition that's happening and a lot of building community that needs to happen in a short period of time relative to coming out of 6 years of an elementary or 10 years in a K-8, right, going into 4 years of a high school. And that's one of the real challenges that happens in middle grades. So if you look at those effective transitions, right, so that when we looked at certain things we've done in the calendar, for example, when we talk about, we've done things like Leap into 6th grade, we do some summer transition programs. We do Leap into 9th grade, similarly, to help with those transitions. When we look at that first day of school and we welcome 6th graders onto campus, and then we said, are we doing that across the system? It's in some places. So this is becoming some of our practice. Same with high school, like when we go through how do we bring 8th graders onto campus, how do we get them connected to high schools? Those are some intentional transitions that we're building that has come out of some of the work. When we talk about what are the spaces and places for students to do some social emotional learning, and that's where advisory becomes so important, right? When we talk about building community and we talk about restorative practices that are how are we embedding those so that students understand and do the work around recognizing and building community through community circles. What are those practices that we're doing? How are we training staff on those, both within specific sites and then across? So those are a couple examples of what looks different in how we're being intentional about helping kids get connected. That's probably the biggest thing that we've learned, is that we need students to feel connected. to each other and to trusted adults in the building. So what are the explicit steps that we're doing? That's a couple of examples that have come through this work.
Thanks for the presentation. I appreciate it, especially because since the time I've been on the board, there's been a very wide, crazy amount of variation of experiences that middle grades students get, with mostly pretty inequitable experiences for students of color or in schools that are in lower income neighborhoods. So I'm glad to see this is moving towards that. I think one of the things that I'm looking for, because I'd asked some questions and the answers were there when I asked about some timelines, investments, how it's going to link to student outcomes, those were like, they're being developed. And so I feel like this is an update for maybe that we're going to have a plan that, because I'm trying to think how I would share this with a parent somewhere to, like, this is what it, I don't think I could explain what this means to a parent for, here's how your student's school experience is going to be equitable to the student in another school. So I'm curious, like, when that piece will all come together and when we're going to land the pieces where it's, hey, everybody's got 7 periods, so we don't have the differences. Everybody has advisories. We all have equitable grading, and it doesn't just depend on where you live about what you get at middle grade. So is that coming?
It is.
And when will it be?
Yeah, no, and if I may, and I think you can speak to timeline, but if I may, just the point that I want to emphasize here is that when redesign work started last year, there were a couple of schools that opted in, and as Joanna mentioned, there were topics or strategic or I would say action items that those middle schools that opted in leaned into, and it may have been one thing or it could have been 2 things. And this year, so it's in the perfect storm, and this is a good storm that's helped drive a lot of this work, is not only the strategic plan, but the instructional framework and all of those instructional priorities. And then all of the research coming from AMLE. So this year, it's as if it's this beautiful picture is being painted. So this year we have this opportunity now to say, okay, so across 18 sites, it's not going to be that one thing that you opt into, right? It's not going to be just this small group of schools that have the ability to opt in. We're saying for middle schools across Portland Public Schools, these are 5 key priority areas that's aligned and consistent with the work that's been happening for the last several years. And then here are the strategic investments that may have started in some places that we want to look to span out to the others. So I think if I were talking to a parent of a middle schooler, I would share with them, the opportunities for us to see your individual student utilizing culturally specific organizations, some that have been around for many, many years, and those relationships are getting stronger and we're bringing more on board. We'll make sure that the schedules are flexible to allow for students to access different courses. We'll have advisory so that they have the opportunities to make connections and grow their skill, and all of the instructional priorities that wrap around that. So I really think that the totality of the message that we have this evening is that we're really excited, and I'm excited about the team and our partnership with the Office of School Performance to say that we've had some good things going for some sites during some pocket of time, and now we have the opportunity to be transformative across middle grades for all schools, because the reality is the impact to middle school, or the way students have been behaving and some of the data coming out of middle schools isn't unique to Portland. right? It was happening in California, it was happening in Washington, it's happening across the nation. And we know all of the root cause around COVID and some of the other things that caused that. So I want to make sure that we don't stay away from the key message that, yeah, this is process, and I know it's been a long time coming, and you guys have been talking about it for a while, and it's like, but where is it? I think the where is it is that we have 18 sites that'll be coming on board with these big deals around our strategic plan that we think is a wonderful anchoring document to move the work forward.
I just want to say briefly that I ran for school board when my daughter was in 8th grade, and part of the reason I ran is because of just seeing the middle school experience. Selwood is an amazing school, and middle school is, like I was saying when I was 12, good night. But middle school is a really formative, important developmental place, and those children are going through such weird things hormonally and mentally and academically, and I think our system is not designed for who we know those children to be, where they are developmentally. And so I so appreciate, I would like to have like the plan and the practical, and this is what a day is gonna look like, and here are all these pieces. But I see the work that's gone in here that is so much of where my heart has been in running for school board and saying we need to do better by this group, and I just so appreciate this. And I know we're not there yet, we're still piloting, we're still talking, but I see in here, so many things highlighted that I think will make a huge difference for our middle schoolers. So thank you for this. This is work that I feel like as I'm going off the board in June, I'm really proud to have been part of PPS during this time when this was being developed. So thank you.
Chair, can I follow up, Chair? I'll expand just a little bit because I've been listening carefully to our directors. Do I have audio? There we go. I do think we have an exciting opportunity here, the one that we've been talking about for a while. The middle grades represents an opportunity to really reimagine that experience, and so being really clear about what that experience should include. We're not bound by Carnegie units or other structures that maybe a high school might. We also know that this is a critical time to really take a close look at that time period for our youth. We always talked about this work as, if you backward mapped the graduate portrait, what do those years need to look like as an experience for a 6th, 7th, and 8th grader, so that they themselves can self-reflect on their own growth across those skills and dispositions. It could speak to it in some kind of a public portfolio or a capstone. Talk about what they've learned, areas where they feel more confident, areas that they know that they're still developing. Our challenge is how do we create a day-to-day experience where students are not only developing their sense of self and agency, that there's strong youth development components, that the social emotional learning is there. It doesn't just happen in advisory, but is there a social competency curriculum that needs to accompany this work? But what an exciting opportunity to create an exploratory wheel, so before they go off to 9th grade, they have a sense of what their passion is. Is it going to be CTE? Is it going to be the arts? Is it going to be IB? They will have had sort of a taste of those things. And we want to make sure that that opportunity exists in every one of our middle grades schools, regardless of which one you're stepping into. And so we would love for it to all sort of look different overnight, but it's really important that the way that this work has been structured, that there are forums and that our educators are very much a part of this work, that it's grounded in some of the work that you see happening across the country around this particular age group, because we want kids to recognize their growth across a variety of domains if they're really going to have a preparation and a healthy sense of development that they recognize before they enter high school. So I would just say stay tuned. I know we're all anxious to sort of get to the concreteness of what does Monday through Friday look like for a middle grade student. This is very much sort of what's guiding the team's work.
Director Bermetters, I'm not sure we finished your questions. And then I do want to sum up because we've got a lot left to do.
I've been waiting 4 years for this presentation, so I'm super committed to our changing and improving our middle grades experience. So I really appreciate this. So I guess one of the things I would just ask, maybe this is a question for maybe a request for the superintendent, that when some of these things, additional pieces get baked, we get another update at some particular point. I did want to ask about the capstone project, just because somehow, and the field trips, somehow I thought when we were talking about, we have students who are going to foreign countries for 3 weeks, and when I think about the project is what are we, if we're going to have a capstone project for all students, and I don't think we're going to be able to send all students for 3 weeks to another country, but are we going to try and tap into things that students might be particularly be interested in, whether it is, you know, music, I mean, just pick all the different things that kids are passionate about, but it's probably not one thing. Are we going to do that? Or are we more going to have, for most students, this is going to be the thing?
The short answer to that, is yes. They will have an opportunity to explore. Again, like I said, this will be driven by tribal history, shared history, which is mandated in the 8th grade, well, 4th, 8th, and 10th, but particularly in the 8th grade, in addition to lessons that have been created by the tribes. And again, as I didn't share earlier, the goal is also to make sure that we are consistent with including tribal voice throughout this process. So starting this spring, we will have an opportunity for students and teachers to visit the falls, to have that experience, to help drive what this experience will look like as we move through next year and into the spring. So again, there will be opportunities for students to explore deeply based on what is of interest to them.
Yeah, okay, sorry, just one
So
other thing.
I think Director remembers, I think the part at the beginning of the goal here around cross-curricular culminating project-based learning experience, like that's the frame. And just to be, what you're hearing is how is that developed, and what is that, how does that grow, and what does that look like? And project-based learning experience is part of what that frame is, which is going to require a lot of work with our educators and students. So,
and that it's experiential as well, right? And so while we're thank you for Anjane for sharing that part, and just to note that as the redesign matures and the plans for that experiential learning, students will have choice in that. So I think it's important to note that.
Okay, and this is the follow-on, and maybe this is also a question for the superintendent. So last year, we put $500,000 into a travel and field trip equity fund that went to, was divided by a formula with high schools. Is that something so that we, just as there's inequities at the high schools and field trip and travel, there are in the middle schools as well, is that something that would be part of this or part of a budget proposal, or is that something that needs to come from the board, or?
Given the scale of resources that were set aside, I think you'll recall sort of the guidelines that were issued to the high schools. But if we're going to define the middle grades experience as having these kinds of experiential learnings, we're going to want to make sure that there's resources dedicated to be able to do that. So.
Great. All right, I'm gonna wrap us up. There are a couple things that I've heard. Just one is I think a question as we go forward. What is changing? Right. This work started sort of pre-pandemic. Well, actually maybe sort of during or post. But what's changing as a result? And I think the second thing, to get back to Vice Chair Holland's question, which I think is important, what are the big takeaways? And I think this also came from some other questions as well. And I think there's, what I see in this is a lot. I see a lot of, I don't want to call them little things, they're not little, but it's like a lot of details here and there about all the things we need to do. Kind of getting to the question, maybe it was Director Brim-Edwards said, how do we begin to frame this as the big takeaways, right? Or as Vice Chair Holland said, what's changing, right? Like there's a lot in here that we're doing or that we're going to do more consistently, but are there big ideas that we can sort of talk about that are really kind of revolutionary, right, to change that experience? You don't need to answer that today. I'm just saying I think you're hearing from the board. I think you're hearing from the board a desire to sort of see that. I think it's in here. It's just sort of a question of how do we pull that out and talk about it. So thank you very much for the presentation tonight and the information. Really appreciate it. And for the work, absolutely. We lost our policy chair, actually, Ms. Bradshaw, do we have anybody signed up for public comment on this item? I didn't see anybody.
I'm sorry. No?
No, thank you.
Is this yours?
We added it for tonight, and I have heard generally people are, I think what I said earlier is that we're going to potentially add that for high priority items. Okay. So, and I'm totally open to feedback. Yes. We may not do it, say, like on our resolutions, recognizing groups and so forth. Okay, first reading of policy rescissions. Our policy chair is back. Director Lowry.
I know, I'm sorry. It's a long meeting. These chairs are, those of you who are still here with your signs and everything, kudos. You are here for the long haul.
You're sitting in the same chairs we are.
You're sitting in the same chairs we are. It's rough. I know. Thank you for being here. Okay, so we have a couple of first readings for policies. These are just for information. If board members have concerns or questions, please get those to us so we can make changes and take them back to policy. They're in the 21-day public comment. Community use of buildings. We have a lot more information. This is one of those iterative policies that we've made some adjustments, but we're not done yet. So what you have before you is our first step in addressing some of the things with these policies. You can read the staff report there that makes sure that we're prioritizing the policy and to make it clear that the superintendent may craft rules and exercise and delegate discretion to maintain the safety of students and preserve assets. The complaint policy is again one of those iterative policies that we continue to improve and adjust. We made revisions in 2018 and 2021. What we've done here is kind of clean up some of the language around formal complaint and Division 22. We're trying to make the policies easier for families and easier for the public to navigate. And then some things are governed by a very specific timeline when it comes to complaints under Division 22, and other things that are not Division 22 are not governed by that timeline. So we want to be clear with the public and have like understandable expectations. The military recruitment one had a line in there. It was a really important time when our country was, the don't ask, don't tell stuff was happening in the military and other things. So the PPS, from a sense of wanting to protect our students and advocate for our students, had some language in there about staff needing to share with students about the military policies around those issues. Those have taken out because things have changed, and it's also an undue burden on staff to make them have to be aware of all those policies. And so we've removed those. So those are the three policies that are before you for a first reading. Let me know if you have any questions or comments. Okay, then we'll go into second reading.
And I think I'm just supposed to say here, maybe you already said it, that they'll be posted on the board website.
Great.
And the public comment period is a minimum of 21 days. Contact information for public comment will be posted with the policy, and we expect to hold a second reading of the revised policies on April 25th.
Now, speaking of second readings, April 25th, 23.
Boom, boom.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's been a long night. April 25th, 2023 is when those first readings will become second readings. But tonight we have first readings that are becoming second readings tonight. They're graduating. We can be excited. This is supposed to be you, but I'm just going to talk and then you can do your part. Anti-racist policy that's before us. It was a new policy that was adopted last year, maybe a couple of years ago, and then the state statute changed to include volunteers to make it clear that all adults and people that are part of our culturally responsive organizations and other organizations we partner with are expected to follow the anti-racist and anti-oppressive learning community policies.
Great. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6658 to adopt a revised anti-racist and anti-oppression learning communities policy 2.10.015P?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves and Director Constam seconds. Is there any board discussion? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on Resolution 6658 to adopt our revised anti-racist and anti-oppression learning communities. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Resolution 6658 is adopted by a vote of 6-0, with Student Representative McMahon voting yes.
I like reading the staff reports because it's like related policies, best practices, and in here it says like it's best practice to conform existing policies to current laws.
Yes, Liz is really good at that,
So
making
good.
sure our policies conform to current laws.
Yeah, I like that. I feel like that's a good
important
practice.
important catch there. Yeah.
Next up.
Next up is the presentations by citizens and employees policy. We're rescinding this. There we go. I can speak English. The makeup words. Herman makes up words, so I can too. So the this doesn't. It's Women's History Month, so I can make up words. Okay. I have some questions about that premise, but anyway, this doesn't conform with current practice. It isn't how we don't have these restrictions on our citizens and employees, and also citizen is outdated, right? Because we value all community members regardless of their immigration status. So we are removing this policy because we do not need it any longer.
Great. And the board, well, I guess I need a motion. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6659?
Second.
Director Hollins moves, Director Constam seconds. Any board discussion? Any public comment? The board will now vote on Resolution 6659 to rescind presentations by citizens and employees policy. All in favor indicate by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Any abstentions? Resolution 6659 is approved by a vote of 6-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. You're done with policies. And let's go back to the consent agenda before we forget. And I believe either General Counsel at Large or Superintendent.
I think we were just confirming that there's nothing in the motions related to Head Start in the consent agenda that affect the arts FTE that was the subject of the public comment.
Great.
And there's a motion and a second already on the table.
And there's a resolution that's already sitting on the table waiting for a vote. So all of those in favor of the consent agenda, do I need to read the specific numbers? I can find it in my script. Hold on.
6661 to 6674.
6.
Thank you. 6661 through 6674. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Great. Any abstentions? Consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. We have one more item tonight. Actually, I already have a copy. And it is almost 10 o'clock. We are not going to vote on this item tonight, but I would like to have a discussion. This is our board operating protocols, and as you'll recall, we had this conversation first last fall during the retreat. We have, as a result of that conversation, we started to make some informal changes to how we do our calendaring, and particularly as we got into the new calendar year in January, and we've talked about that a little bit as a board in terms of getting materials 12 days in advance and the Q&A session. That's all consistent in here. There were lots of other things in these board operating protocols that we discussed during the retreat. What I did was I went back to those notes, made changes based on some of those conversations, and that was the version that you received both in hard copy and electronically, and that was posted a month ago at the board meeting. Since then, we've had a couple of directors, Vice Chair Hollins and Director Brim Edwards, have suggested additional changes. I think some other folks may have some changes as well, but I think they're hopefully the larger changes were provided in advance, and I really appreciate the two of you for doing that. What you have in front of you is a red line version that I believe, if we got it right, includes both Vice Chair Hollins and Director Brim Edwards' either suggestions or questions or comments. If it's okay with the board, I know it's late, I would like to spend a few minutes going through, and what I'm hoping to do is get a sense from sort of nods or head shakes about these different items so that we can take this and finalize it and bring it back for adoption at our next meeting.
Are we going to have opportunity to talk about this?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping, is to just sort of go quickly through the areas where there are suggested changes and just have a quick conversation. I'm hoping we can keep it focused.
Keep it quick.
I know it's challenging for this board, but I'm hoping we can keep it focused. But there are some important things in here that I think we need to discuss. So, is the board okay with that?
Yep.
I'm seeing some exhausted faces.
Give it a shot.
All right.
Sorry.
I'm going to go ahead and drive us through this. And again, stop me if there's something in here that you want to talk about that's not highlighted, but otherwise I'm going to go to the sections where there's been some suggested changes. So starting on page 1, in paragraph C, we talk about hiring and evaluating the superintendent semi-annually. And I can't remember I think, Gary, that was yours.
Yeah. And it wasn't the full evaluation, just kind of like what we did a few days ago, just kind of meeting a check-in type deal. So that's what that was, just kind of just check in with them.
There is
ahead
a
of time.
section, and now I'm forgetting exactly where it is. There is a section, I think it's on the next page. It's on page 3. These are not labeled, so I can get to 3. Counting me above that's going to be harder. But superintendent's evaluation, it does say, section 2 there, the board will check in with the superintendent quarterly to collaboratively assess progress toward achieving district goals. Does that meet the... Okay, so we're going to keep
We
that.
also have we approved a superintendent evaluation process that includes, I think, the quarterly check-ins. So it's,
Yes, so that's consistent, yes. Director Broome-Edwards, that's consistent? Okay,
Yeah.
great. So it's going to be, we're evaluating the superintendent annually, but we're doing quarterly check-ins, which I think is the practice we've been having this year. Okay, and then at the bottom of that page, utilizing a racial equity lens in decision-making with the goal of eliminating or eradicating the achievement gap. I'm fine with that instead of closing. Okay. Next page, this is around, this is just being clear. Well, it's sort of taking out the specific reference to the auditor, but just saying that employees hired by the Board of Education, the only employees are the superintendent and the independent auditor. So, but of course, if anything changed in the future, this would still. And then I think there was a comment, Director Broome-Edwards, I think this is yours at the end of this section. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
So I just dropped it here, but it's just speaking generally to the commitments, that a lot of them seem one way versus in this relationship, it seems like there should be sort of a mutuality. So we're being directed to do things, and there's not always like a mutuality. So it's just as we're thinking through these, where we have some sort of requirement on the board where it makes sense, where it's an interaction with the staff, that there's like a mutual requirement.
So what is it specifically we're looking at revising here under section 2?
So it is, I mean, it would apply to most of the sections generally, is like when we're requiring things of the board, that is things that there's there's a requirement on the board, but also the staff's on the other side, that we have, the expectations are sort of are mutual between the two, like how we interact with each other, just like if board members are expected to act professionally, I think there should be a statement. It's not just a one-way relationship or one-way set of expectations.
Well, I think this is us governing ourselves, which is what this document is, so that's why it's speaking to that, and then we have a section around expectations for deliverables to the board from staff, where we go through all the timelines and all that, so.
I think my hesitation is that again, I see this is the protocols that we're putting on ourselves. And I think we put expectations on the superintendent through the performance evaluation, right? And as our employee, I'm very reluctant to put expectations on staff because I think that's the superintendent's job to do.
That's fine. It could be expectations on the superintendent.
But I guess the question is, do they belong here, or do they belong in the superintendent's, again, evaluation, sort of what we expect from him during the year? I just see this as us. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like this is our right.
I agree with you, Michelle. Yeah.
Okay, anything further on that? Next section, around priority setting. The board will adopt and review yearly a vision that describes what the community expects all students to know and be able to do. So I think a yearly review of our vision is a great idea.
So are we going to review yearly?
What section?
Just review, not create.
Well, The reason why I put that in there is because each board can potentially change whatever they want to. So I just wanted to put, I just wanted to say a review yearly, just to look at the vision. If they want to keep it, they go forward and stuff. So, and I did that so we don't, and that's what I meant to put on the bottom, so we don't tie future boards to past board goals.
I struggle with that because I know that the PPS Vision Reimagined took years of work, and if we're going to change it yearly, I'm concerned about like forward momentum and systemic change. I understand what you're saying about, but if we know that like educational change takes 3 to 5 years to really make a difference, if we're changing goals every year, I'm worried about the ability to like have long-term change.
Yeah, but no, it's not changing every year. It's just reviewing it yearly, because if we get a new board in, they can change it regardless. Right. Regardless of what if we set a 5-year goal, they can come in next, in July and say we want to change it all the way around. Right. That's all.
See, I saw this as more of a way to bring new board members into the vision.
Yeah.
So I saw it as more of a oh, you're a new board member. Let's review the vision that we have, and then
that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense to me too.
I agree, and this might be very nitpicky semantics, but Ailey, you just kind of hit on it a little bit, the use of the word vision there, because it does, that triggers me to think about our adopted vision Forward Together, which was actually not done by the board, it was done by the community. So I think here what we're really talking about are our board goals, not the vision. So maybe I'll leave that to you guys.
Maybe
but
we could change.
You might want to get rid of that word. Just
maybe,
'cause-
yeah, the board will review annually the vision, and then the board will adopt, so that the vision is linked to the board goals, but we're reviewing it annually, not adopting the vision annually.
What vision? You're talking about the strategic?
I'm talking about the PPS Reimagined vision
I'm
document.
not sure what you're suggesting.
That we delete the word adopt. The board will review annually or review yearly of the vision, a vision that describes what the community expects all students to know and be able to do. Then the board will adopt 1 to 5 SMART goals that describe the high priority student outcomes.
I see. This was sort of getting at the board adopting a vision. We've already adopted a vision,
Right.
and then now it needs to. But you're just saying we can go ahead and say the board will review yearly.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
And then that last sentence, Gary, that's okay to take that out, right? That was your point
I
about
meant to
what's
say
happening.
that I don't want it to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Commentary.
Got it.
It's a thought bubble.
Got it. Okay, and then on the next page, under the superintendent's evaluation, there's a section 3, and Julie, I think this is yours. The superintendent will share in writing with all board members, in each case outlined in this set of protocols, who the designees are, because there are a number of places where we say designee.
Where are you? Sorry, this whole thing is, doesn't have.
C3.
But I think
We just turned the
it's a
next
designee in specific cases instead of what we had before, which was that the SLT
Right here.
were the only designees.
Yeah, and I think, if I understand this, this is just Sarah saying, throughout this, we refer to designees, and you want to see sort of who those folks are.
Right, well,
defining.
because, then it's otherwise it's very subjective.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I'm fine with that. I'm not sure it belongs here under the superintendent's
Yeah,
evaluation.
well, I wasn't sure where it went, I
Yeah, I was
just.
gonna say that too. Maybe we should
Yeah,
move in a
it
different
doesn't-
section.
Okay, we'll find the right place for it, but keep the
Maybe under
language.
roles and responsibilities.
I think there was a suggestion to just share with the board an annual org chart with who
Yeah.
are the key cabinet and what their scope of responsibilities are, so you know
Put it in.
who generally the designees would be.
Hold on, I can't hear you, sorry.
I know I can't hear you all either, but
What did you say?
It's your favorite board meeting
Right.
so far.
there was a related suggestion in another section about just making sure the superintendent shares a refreshed org chart so that the board is clear, contact information, and their scope of responsibility. So you would generally know who the designees would be, unless you meant something different, like assign a designee in every matter, which doesn't seem practical.
So, on the designee, I'm just trying to understand how it works. So, will you have a class of designees, or depending on what it is, you'll have a designee, like a specific designee?
Like on every issue?
Well, I'm just trying to figure it out, because throughout here, it says superintendent or designee, and so is it always going to be the same designee, or is it going to be different, or
It
are
would
you
be
going to have a class
different.
of
Like, do
designees?
you want to just say SLT, or do you want to
Well,
keep it available for a case by
In most cases, it would be a cabinet level staff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, as we talked about at the retreat, the default is actually going to be the superintendent. There will be times when he may say, okay, you know, like on these issues or these types of things, here's who I want you to deal with. But the superintendent is always the appropriate place to start. And then I think your point is a good one, that we need clarity about who the designees are. But I think those are going to be on a kind of a case-by-case basis.
Right. Well, just to be able to comply with this, we're going to need to know what that is.
Right, so we'll keep this language. I think it's useful language around
Yeah.
designated handwriting. Okay, skipping 2 pages ahead to the next
Andrew,
changes for
sorry.
section.
I just have, it's not about this, it's just, we've talked about this concern before, and I just need the answer basically from the board and maybe even from Liz. So this talks about as an elected member of the Board of Education, and I just kind of want to know, I guess, how much attention I need to pay to this conversation, which is, am I expected to follow these protocols? I can factually not follow some of them, especially in regards to communication with staff, because I have to communicate with Yen, who is my supervisor for the district student council. We talked about, like briefly, very briefly, Andrew, just like maybe I would develop some of my own protocols in line, like along with the district student council to go in our bylaws. And I guess I'm just wondering whether, apart from the ones that I legitimately cannot do, and apart from the legal ones which don't apply to me as a non-elected representative and member of the board, which part of these would you like me to follow?
So I think, to the conversations we've had before, I don't think this technically applies to you. I think to the extent that there are things in here that
Yeah, there's definitely best practices.
that you could do
that
as
I
best
would-
practices, I would recommend that.
Okay.
And then I think having a conversation with staff and the DSC about, do you want to develop something like this for the student rep, could be a really useful contribution.
And I actually spoke with the same person who helped us develop these, and I met with students from the San Francisco School Board and from a lot of our partners here locally in terms of what they're doing. And so I do think that if the board is interested, I definitely would be excited to work alongside that, as well as like the Board for Governmental Ethics. But I guess I don't know what the process would be around whether we'd have to pass that as a board.
Sorry, if we have to pass.
If I were to create alongside, other members, a protocol similar to this, would it need to be passed by
I
this
don't
body?
think so. I'll defer. I think that's something that the DSC could probably pass, but we could definitely
Well,
address
I'll
that.
talk to Liz. Awesome.
Okay. This next section, this was about adding things to the agenda that were not previously noticed. And I know I've heard from a number of board members concerned about this. I also have concern about this. I do want to say that this was, again, from Council of Great City Schools. The goal of this is to prevent something that has not been noticed, has not been published, has not been out there, just all of a sudden showing up and being voted on. I will say that is what has gotten a lot of school boards in trouble. When you sort of see what's happening nationally, it's all of a sudden there's a resolution that nobody had known about. It gets introduced at the last minute, 4 people vote on it, and it gets passed. I think that's a really bad practice. That said, Robert's Rules of Order also generally allow for it. And so what I have heard, and I think in this comment heard from other board members, is I don't think we should prohibit that. I guess the only thing I would say is I think we should never do it. Like, I'm fine striking this.
We did it for profit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's things that are less than like a full resolution. It seems ridiculous that you can't remove something without like voting it down or tabling it. It seems too strict, because there will be things that come up, and I agree, Chair Scott, that there's generally, it's a general practice, you don't want to do that, but this seems like, the thing is, if 4 board members wanted to move something, even if this were in existence, they could waive.
That's
waive
exactly
this
right.
section, so.
That's exactly right. Okay, I'm fine taking it out. Everyone, take it out. Gone. And I hope we never do it. Flipping the page. So this gets to This gets to questions being submitted prior to the board meeting, and sort of really getting at this question of, again, we've built in this Q&A process, and then the question is to the extent the questions are asked at a meeting, and by the way, I don't think this is intended to say that any questions asked at a meeting are bad. Anything that comes up, feel free to ask. The question is should we expect an answer from the superintendent? This is really saying if you haven't asked that question before, then the superintendent may have an answer at the meeting or he may not. And if he doesn't, he will get back to us later. Then there are some suggestions, I think, Director Broom-Edwards.
Yeah, and I think this is a nuance, but it was more, if we're actually voting on something and in the board discussion or because of some of the public comment, a topic comes up that there is a technical question, that I think we'd want the answer before we voted on it. Kind of like the Head Start issue tonight. It just seems like if it's just a discussion item, something comes up, nobody has the answer, no harm, no foul, we can get the answer later. But if we're actually going to be voting on something, it seems like we wouldn't want to vote on it and then get the answer later.
I'd be comfortable with this if it was 4 board members agreeing. Because there may be a question that only one board member needs answered to vote, where everybody else is fine. So I think if it's a question that can't be answered, then the agenda item may be moved to the next meeting by approval of 4 board members. That would be my suggestion there.
So, here's my sense, and I'm not talking about like, hey, I like produce a big data dump or some complicated answer, but I do think that when we're voting on something, staff should be on hand that are the staff experts, that we should be able to get a basic question answered. And maybe the definition of technical. I'm thinking of a basic question that relates to something.
I think my concern is the subjectivity of what is substantive or technical, and I think that's where the majority rule really does need to apply, that what one board member might say, I have to know the answer in order to vote, 6 other board members may say, I don't. I'm comfortable voting. I don't need the answer to that very specific question. And so I want to make sure we're not putting something in protocols here where a minority of the board can hold up action just by saying, if I don't know the student achievement data of that particular grade at that school, I can't vote on this resolution moving forward. So that's my concern.
Let me try a different answer. Like, I didn't put the technical or substantive language in, so maybe those are the wrong. Maybe we could think of a different word. But it seems like that if so for example, we have this new protocol, which I think is great, that we get the materials way in advance. We have 4 days to ask questions. We answer questions. So if when we get the response to the questions, we have a question, should we then submit it in advance of the meeting so that it's not a new question? I'd like to clarify because I didn't really understand the answer I got. So you're not waiting to the meeting.
Ahead of time is always better.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure
but
that's...
it wasn't clear in that process that AJ laid out what happens to follow-up questions. So,
right, because I'm thinking it's like, this doesn't account for instances in which something goes up in the public comment or the board discussion. But if you get the answers and it's like, I don't really understand that, maybe I'll wait to the meeting, and you wait to the meeting and there's like, this person's not there, so we can't answer that.
But I'm still not comfortable tabling something because 1 or 2 people need a question answered, because you can abstain. People can abstain.
I may have most of my questions taken care of if it's that you can get a clarifying of something that's in the
I think
questions.
I think when we really look at it, if we have a majority of the board who wants to move on with it regardless, it can't. You can't just have one person just hold up the process or minority. So I get that part, but I do think, and I've said this before, if we're going to be voting for something, I expect staff to be ready for questions. I expect staff to be ready to be able to answer questions if we're voting on something. That's just part of preparation. You don't go to a business meeting or a proposal and you go in and you don't have answers to questions, you don't get funding. It just doesn't happen. Well, I'm just
Isn't that our practice usually?
Yeah,
because we always have the right, if we're voting on something, then generally the right staff
would be there, right, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That's
I
what I'm
think
saying.
I
Just
heard-
make sure that we have the right folks to answer questions if we're going to vote on something. I think everybody should always be prepared for that.
Yeah, I think you can.
Better before, though.
Sorry, when you say always prepared, though, it really does depend on the question. And I think there's a lot of stuff that is very reasonable, but there's a lot of stuff that, like, I mean, I'm going to give you an example. We're not voting on the military policy today, but when we vote on that, if I don't say anything and a month from now we vote on it, and I say, actually, hold on a sec. I want to know, Superintendent, how many teachers have had to, had to implement, have had to, utilize this policy in the last 3 months?
Okay.
Like, that's a ridiculous question
I
for
get
him to
it.
answer at the time.
But if he doesn't answer it, I get it. We still have the majority of the board say, okay, you know what, that's not a real pertinent for all of us.
That's
to stop
that's
this stuff.
exactly my
Yeah,
point.
no, I get it.
Right?
But
I can ask that question, and then I can abstain, I can vote no,
Yeah.
but I want to make sure that just because that particular question wasn't
Right,
available.
well, that's what I'm saying. We already have
We run into
enough
that
to
all
do
the time.
that.
Yeah.
But I just don't want it to go, I just don't want it to be to where if he cannot, or if the superintendent cannot answer the question, then he's just absolved of, that's all I'm saying. Like,
So I'm
you
with
should be
Gary.
prepared if we're going to vote on something.
I'm with Gary, and then the expectation is that we'd have staff there, the questions should be reasonable. So just to clarify, though, we can, if we
They're all
had a
here.
question about the answer to the answers to the questions that we asked that we want to clarify, it's better to just go ahead and send it in, not wait.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
I think that's right. Okay, and I'll work on potential language here that.
Soup had something. Go ahead, Soup.
Pardon me?
I thought you had something to say. I saw you reaching, and I saw you struggling with the ear, so I see you down there struggling to hear.
Well, you may not know, Pastor, that I'm actually only here out of one ear. I think I caught the gist of it. Hopefully, when there are questions, you have a chance to ask those in advance. Staff has responded. If the answer isn't clear or inadequate, you'll let us know also in advance. You'll see notated who answered, so you can also contact that cabinet level person. And if it's an agendized topic, just like you see tonight, unless they're out of district at a professional event, you see every senior staff member that's here. So, so we'll always do our best to answer questions. Of course, we can't always predict what will come up in the conversation, and if we want to give you accurate answers, I would rather say we'll have to investigate it and get back to you versus giving you inaccurate information so that you can make your decisions.
Okay. This next section, I think this is an important one around communication. So I'm gonna, and this is in A2. So I want to pull us back to the context. So when we had this discussion at the retreat, this was about how we deal with issues when we've been contacted by community members. And I was the one who said, oh, well, yeah, I forward that on to a staff person and I copy the community member and I say, hey, here's this issue. And one of the things that was raised, and I think it was a really important point, was that is board directing staff to do something. And I think even if your email doesn't include direction, even if it just says, hey, here's a constituent complaint, could you please get back to this person? Well, I guess that is direction, getting back to this person. And here's my concern, and I want to hear, because I know both Gary and Julia, and I think others, sort of talk, is this limiting, and this, by the way, has been flagged also by our labor partners in terms of, by PAT, in terms of concerns that is this somehow limiting our ability of, those community concerns that are coming forward to be shared with staff. And here's what I would say. One, nothing in this protocol prohibits us from sharing those concerns directly without the community member, right? So like nothing prohibits us from calling up the superintendent and
Is that what
saying,
that says?
yeah. So, and
That's not clear.
And we can make that more clear. Nothing prevents us from,
That's totally different.
as a board member, you can call the superintendent on anything you want and say, hey, I'm hearing about this issue.
But not other staff.
That's right. Or if he gives it, if he designates someone, but the superintendent. What we don't want to be doing is, and I'm going to use this word, politicizing, issues that should be dealt with through normal channels. And I'm going to give an example. I got contacted a few weeks back by someone who I know who has a friend, and they're having a challenge transferring their child out of the Focus Option program back to the neighborhood school. She gave me this whole sort of thing about the problems they're having and what the principal's done. What I did is I emailed my friend, who I've known for a decade, and I said, here's what I would do. Work with your principal, work with the area superintendent, and by the way, here's Judy Brennan's email if you want to copy her. But it was just to my friend. I have no idea what happened, nor should I know what happened, because the reality is what the situation with that student, I have no idea what the actual reality is, but I also know that that particular student shouldn't get any preferential treatment because she has a friend who knows the board chair, right? Like, this is how, like, we sort of get rid of, like we should not be using our power to help people that we happen to know. And it doesn't feel like that. It feels like, oh no, we're helping people in the community. But I think we've inappropriately politicized. Now, I want to say that puts a lot of pressure on the superintendent, because what it means is that all those systems and processes, and you have another question in here, I think somewhere, Gary, about, I don't know what some of these systems and processes are, they have to work, right? That when people are contacting their principal or when they're contacting other staff, there's got to be some response back, because I think if we're sending them there and they're not getting a response, that becomes a problem. But that's, again, a problem with the superintendent that we can have a conversation with.
I send so many people to Margaret Calvert.
Right.
She was trying to walk out, so I had to say her name.
And so, anyway, I wanted to give that context, and then come back though and hear about, because that for me in this section is the most important thing, is that people in this district are being treated equally, whether they know school board members or whether they don't know school board members.
Yeah, so I think there's two things. One, make clear that we can still pass things from the community in, because that doesn't necessarily read like that. So just be clear that all you have to just take the person off, or like, hey, I went to X place and I heard from a bunch of parents about, a shooting at the school today, or whatever it was. So that's one thing. And then the second, it's going to be, actually, it'll be, if we're expected to like identify the person even at a mid-level, like here's where you should go, we're going to need to have a pretty detailed chart with like what their portfolio is. I mean, it's going to be more work for board members.
Well, or I have great success with Roseanne. So many times I will email Roseanne. I'll say, "Hey, I've heard this. Who should I send this person to?" And usually within a couple hours, she has said, "Here's who you can send it to."
Yeah, but if we're all doing that as a new practice, I mean, I don't think I don't think the board has a capacity for that.
Yeah, no, I think we should have that conversation.
It may be it may be a simple question that Roseanne can encourage a staff member, but also our board managers shouldn't be directing senior staff. And this is where I think we need to keep scaling out and socializing the system we have more externally, and that's our Let's Talk system, which will air traffic control it, will ticket the item in question or concern, will assign a staff member, will let you know if it's been resolved, and ensures that everyone is addressed. So, I look forward, like other districts, to making sure that people click on that big button on our webpage and don't have to worry about where it should go, just know that it's going to be heard and responded to.
I appreciate that, because I've been sharing that button but not using it myself.
There is an org chart on the website, and I go and look myself and try to say, here's Margaret Calvert's email. If your principal can't resolve this, then this is, the next person to email. And so that's my standard. And I think part of it, I said this before at our session, part of it is helping people learn the system so that when I'm not on the board and they don't have someone they know, they can figure out what to do next. And if we as board members don't know that, we should be helping. We should learn that, and so we can help teach the public, so that again, when we're gone, that's still an accessible system, or they can help the next person figure out how to access the system.
So I'm going to suggest on this section, we'll work on some language that makes it clear that sharing concerns directly is fine, and that we'll make that more clear. It's good. Okay. And then I think the next section here.
And, okay, I'm sorry, you're going to also add something in about, and maybe this is where the mutuality is, that there will be some sort of staff response. Oops. And the reason I say that is, oftentimes when something comes to us, it's not because, it's because they've exhausted what they know, and we still are responsible for getting bonds and levies passed, and so we can't just have things go in and have things not responded to.
I guess here's my question, though. If you have referred a community member to whoever, then how would that work in terms of ensuring, I mean, that's now on, I mean, I agree with you, there
Well, I
needs to be a
guess
response, but.
Say the community member.
This is the question for the superintendent, like, what are the standards of responsiveness to community members?
Can you hear Guadalupe?
I think I got, how do we ensure there's been a response? Like, I also want to be sort of practical in the reality that we literally get hundreds of communications a day, many on the same topics. So how can we sort of fulfill the need for information or sharing? And what you want to know is that there was some kind of a response that was offered. So you want to know that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes, and I think the challenge here is.
I mean, when we get, just to clarify, if we get 100 letters of people advocating for something, it's like, I'm not expecting staff to respond to those. But if there is an issue that somebody contacts about, it's like, oh, this is a legitimate issue that needs to be addressed, or they have a question like impacting their student, and you say, okay, this is the name of the person, and they reach out and contact, and then they never hear anything back, it's going to start being a frustrating.
It is a frustrating loop, but I guess, again, I see that as, so I'm going to go back to my example. I don't know what happened with this transfer situation, nor should I expect to necessarily know. And I think to the extent that I demand an answer, well, that's the same thing as demanding that they take care of that transfer situation before, I don't know, there could be 24 others.
What if that person came back to you
I
and
think
said,
if they
I said, I never heard.
Yeah, and I think if they come back, that's an issue where I would probably then forward it and I would say, hey, I sent this person over here, but again, not with the community member on. I think that's really the key.
Okay, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
I don't have any issue.
And yeah, but again, I think there's also a really difference with our relationships with Guadalupe versus other senior staff, right? Or, I mean, for instance, taking this to an extreme, I could see board members contacting principals, right? That would be inappropriate, right? Like if I had contact, if this parent came back to me and said, I never heard back, and I went to the principal, like that's not a good use of my power. Like that would be a bad use, right? And so I think that's what we're trying to get at with these protocols.
We want to make sure that if a constituent or a parent comes to us, that we understand the appropriate protocols, right? And also that they're getting a follow-up, hopefully without a nudge, but I can tell you in my work, there's lots of people calling in saying, I didn't hear anything.
I guess that's my.
Like we can't solve everything as board members, but we can be conduits for getting them to the right process.
Well, I guess for me, this goes back to the accountability piece, right? Like, for instance, if we hear from the community, as an example, well, the elevator's out at Jeff, and we send it to whoever, how do we know if that is actually getting done? Do we wait for, 30, 40 days of it not getting done, and then someone come back to us and say something? Like, how does that accountability work as far as things getting done, right? That's all I'm looking at when I hear about that piece. It's like if we bring something to them, we got to know it's got done, or it just gets to them and then what?
But I think that's an interesting question, is why as a board member would you be getting involved with the elevator at Jefferson?
Because my community said, hey, we have an elevator out. And
right, but you're not gonna fix the elevator.
No, but I should be able to hand it off to someone and then know that it's getting.
But I would say the least efficient way to get an elevator fixed is by contacting a board member. I think this is a really important conversation, right? Because I think our community does expect, right? They think that I'm going to let them know and they're going to fix the elevator. They need to be contacting the principal. They need to be contacting other staff within the district to get the elevator fixed. Now, if that's happened,
so you're assuming that they didn't already do that.
Right, that's what I'm looking at now.
Right, you're assuming they already did.
Well, no, here's what I would say. If they have already done that and gotten no response, then it becomes an accountability issue between us and the superintendent. Right?
But I think that's what Gary is alluding to, is that by the time it gets to me, they've been writing letters, they've been talking to principals, they've been telling me that, he said Jeff's elevators, I'm gonna say Ockley Green's rat-infested portables. So by the time it gets to me, the teachers have written a letter, the school, all these different people have gone through this protocol that we said that they should be doing. Because I agree with you. Don't bring me stuff about portables, because I don't fix portables.
Right.
And so I agree with you 100% in that regard. But by the time that they do feel like that they have no other recourse but to say, well, at least will you do something? Now what do we do? Now I'll fall on the sword. I do it all the time. I shouldn't say all the time, but I know I have done it. And I'm probably the reason that we're having this conversation, because I sent out a notification to Dr. Adams with my name on it, somebody else's name on it, and said, you need to fix this. Then Dr. Adams messaged me back, bro, I already did. I already talked to them. But so I understand, how that puts him in a bad space, and I apologize for it, and I recognize that we need to do something differently. But by the time the people have reached out to us, I promise you it's not because they just trying to circumvent the system.
And it's not
Most
their
of the
first
time it's because they bled the system and they felt like they've gotten no response.
Right, and I think that the challenge is this: what we don't know as board members is, were they just being ignored, which is bad, and if they were just being ignored, that's an issue we
That's
need
why
to
I
sort of
brought
have a
Dr.
conversation.
Adams in, 'cause he had done something.
Right.
Or there were 2 other elevators in the district that needed to be fixed first, and that's where the resources were going, and they were gonna get to Jefferson, and by you stepping in and saying, I need this done, all of a sudden those other schools don't get fixed anymore because a board member, the vice chair, said we need to get this done. And I mean, that's what I'm saying, is we don't know those details.
Or the information, right? Even if it's the information, hey, we have 2 other elevators that has to get done first, and then we're going to get to at least that information. But when you leave people out and they don't know anything, that's the kind of issue. That's what I'm looking at.
Well, let me put this out there. Look, I feel like I'm a lone voice here. So look, if the board does not want, if a board wants to change this, then by all means we can do more direct advocacy. I personally think that causes some issues, but again,
Yeah,
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I think when something like the Jeff elevator comes up and we feel like this person has gone through the things, then we go to Guadalupe with it, right? Like that's the next right step. We don't go to Dr. Adams or any other staff. We go straight to him and say, we're hearing report. Like I got a bunch of complaints about something in the Cleveland community, and I called Guadalupe and said, hey, I'm hearing this. We need to deal with it. This is not okay. And he took care of it. Right? But it wasn't like I at first said, well, let me, tell me who to talk to about this. And he's like, I am the person you talk to about this. I take care of it. You don't need to be talking to the staff. So I think that's the difference, is when we get those kind of a lot of the ones I get are someone who doesn't know the next step in the system. So they're just in desperation reaching out to the board member. It's not someone who's exhausted all the options. But when I do get those people, I go to him.
So there is a phrase here on the next page. It says the superintendent will maintain a system to ensure that board members are informed of the resolution of any referred comment complaint. I find that a little confusing because again, we're not necessarily referring comments or complaints, but I think to the extent, and if we clarify the language, that again, you can go directly, I think this language covers it. Now, Gary, you asked the question, what system is in place? I think we need to get some clarity around that.
Yeah.
But how do people feel? Again, you'll have a chance to take a look at this. Work on some language in this about roles, and then we'll keep this language about ensuring that you reformed a resolution.
I have a quick question, though.
Okay.
Does the Let's Talk, does that automate a response to the requester? So then if we use that, is that good enough?
Yeah, we can refer people to Let's Talk. That's the strategy.
So then I get an email back, it's been resolved, or it's got a ticket number?
The person does though. So
The
I think
requester.
if we put something in it, and again, this is for us, right? This is about us. So if we begin with our first thing, right, is to say, position the question of, have we used the Let's Talk, and then explain that process. Let's use Let's Talk. The soup has set this up so that people see it. From what I understand. And he's echoed, it creates a ticket number, it gets assigned a staff person, and then they get some level of follow-up. So if our initial response is hey, make sure that you put this in the Let's Talk, and then get back to me, it generally takes about a week or so, and the soup can coach us, or his designee can coach us on what that time frame looks like, right? And so now we can make sure that when we're sharing information, we're sharing the right thing. And Then, okay, after that, if you don't hear something, let's do it again. This is what I do with wrong phone numbers. Hey, try this number, and if it doesn't work out, call me back. And so, we do that, and then we can, I believe, initiate a process where, one, we've tracked that an initial complaint was made on this day. We've got documentation that shows that it should have been assigned to someone. So now, if they're not following up, now instead of me going to a designee, because I'm not going to go to a designee, if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then I'm going to go to the SOUP and be like, hey, SOUP, they did the Let's Talk app because that's what you told us to tell them. They got it. Nobody responded back to them. They got nothing, and nothing has been done. What should we do now? So now the SOUP and I, now he can give me a different conversation. He can say, hey, Green, listen, we've been working on this. We got all this stuff going on. They probably overlooked it. I'll check into it and I'll get back to you. Because I don't believe that anybody in our district is not doing anything maliciously. We've got so much stuff happening right now and so many moving parts that it's easy for stuff to get missed. And so I believe that that is the case. And so by us bringing it to his attention, hey, SOUP, we need to, can we check into this? That a lot of stuff I find out, and this is, I'm glad we're talking about it, there's so much stuff that don't even get to him. And that's a whole nother issue. Like, there's so many things that don't even get to him, and he's not even aware that these are things that community people are upset about, fighting about, trying to figure out. He has no clue. And then we bring it up to him, and we ticked off at him because he didn't do something about it. And I'm like, man, why didn't you do something about this? I'm like, bro, because didn't nobody tell me? So I feel like there's some work to do on all of our parts in this. And I think the first step should be, let's get the people to the Let's Talk. Let's have the SOUP as a fallback, and then when that doesn't work out, then we come back and we can say, okay, listen, we didn't try this and that. Now as a board, we need to come back together and say, how are we going to make sure that people are held accountable?
Okay, I think we got it. Thank you. This next section, I love that this is B, so this is under communication, section B. The reason why I love it is because when we talked about this at the retreat, I actually had real concern. This essentially says board members will not initiate communication with district business, district staff. I raised it as a concern, and the majority at the retreat said, no, we want it only to be the superintendent. There are some comments now saying, wait a minute, actually maybe we do want some of these conversations with senior staff. I believe Guadalupe is in favor of that as well, sort of allowing that direct contact with senior staff. So that is essentially the edits, I believe. I don't want to speak for either Julia or Gary.
So when I talked about this, it was more of just having communication, not direction. Mm-hmm. So that's why when I said that, it was just about communicating, to know what's going on, but it wasn't about giving direction.
I think that's super helpful. I think it'll
what
help us.
are we agreeing to?
So we're agreeing to strike this section, which essentially, that, then again, it's, the superintendent is our first point of contact, but there's nothing wrong with communicating with senior staff, essentially. Again, I think, and maybe we can clarify, I mean, that communication should involve the superintendent, right? So if you're going to Sharon Reese about a bargaining issue, you should copy the superintendent, and we can make that clear if folks want to make sure. Okay.
But it's not, I mean, like the other night, standing in the dinner line, I ran into Dr. O and had a bunch of questions just about Southeast Guiding Coalition. And in 2 minutes, she answered all the questions.
Right.
There would have been a long email and everything
Right.
else. And it's oh, nothing to worry about. Everything's.
That's because Dr. Know everything's about the Southeast.
Great.
So you were just happen to catch the right person. It's
No,
Dr. O, for God's sake.
But it's the informalness.
Yep.
in some.
I think that's exactly what we're trying to get at. So we'll strike this section. Next up, Julie, you had some comments here about if we're contacted by district staff without the direction of the superintendent.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking you're at a ball game, you're in a school, you're in the grocery store. I mean, we have lots of teachers who are parents. I mean, we have people who
So the goal of this section is to say that's going to happen, and if it does happen, you should treat them like communication between the board members and community members.
Okay,
So if this is section 2, B2, So you had suggested adding central office staff, which I have concerns with. I think the whole point is if someone in the district, staff in the district, contact you without the direction of the superintendent, which they're going to do, they do all the time, we as board members will treat that the same as a conversation with a community member. So the same as a conversation with a parent or, a student, and essentially then the protocols are the same. So if a teacher comes and says, man, my situation in my school is horrible, you got to do something about it, our answer is go to your principal, go to your area superintendent, go through your chain of command, right? Do whatever.
Okay, this makes it sound, the way this worded, it makes it sound like we can't talk to people in the community, or if you run into a teacher or that somebody raises something.
I talk to everybody in the community. All the time. About everything.
But I think your sentence, Julia,
store?
I don't have, does anybody have a concern with the sentence? It's expected when board members are in the community, district staff may initiate contact with board members, discuss district issues, ask for information questions.
Well, I mean, my point is, why does that need to be in here? Because we if they're initiating it, we can't control that anyway. So it's kind of a moot point. I think it should just be
Stricken.
What, the whole thing?
No, I think she's just saying the added sentence at the end that you suggested. I'm fine either way with it. Yeah, I'm fine either way with it, because I think it's going to happen, so I don't think it needs to be in there, but.
It is going to happen. I get talked to and spin laundry, which is a great place to do laundry, by the way.
Okay, I'm gonna suggest that we strike the central office, but we keep that last sentence. I agree with Director Constam. It's not necessary, but do you see where I am, Julia?
I do. And that's okay. I think leaving the last sentence, because, one of the things is, when I read these, and I'm a community member, it seems like so formalized and structured. It doesn't, it seems off-putting in some ways, like we don't want to talk to people. And so, to me, adding this other language is sort of like, we know this happens.
Okay.
And then it's on the board.
Great.
You're going to pivot back to the other one, but it's not making it seem like the community, hey.
Okay. I think we got it. We'll keep it in. Gary, you had suggested striking or the superintendent's designee in this next section, but I wasn't sure why.
Is it because of the word substantive?
We talking about number 3?
Yeah, number 3.
Number 3.
Well, I guess you always start with the superintendent,
why we start with the
right?
superintendent,
And
right.
then he might assign it.
So on things that might have, you might want to send privileged, I think you would want to leave the designee.
Well, I guess the problem is that, and that's what we do now, right? We talk to somebody else versus going to the superintendent first, and then.
Well, I'm just saying, if a layperson sends something to the superintendent, it's not privileged.
But we ain't talking about a layperson.
A layperson?
Well, that's us.
We're in church.
No, I'm just saying.
But I think, Gary, the question is, do we want to leave the door open if Guadalupe says it's okay to talk to Liz about legal issues, it's okay to talk to Renard about data issues? Don't we want that to happen? So that's where the designee comes in.
Yeah, but okay. Either way, I just don't want to take the onus off of the superintendent if he says, oh, well, if he said you can go talk to somebody else. The way I read this was how we do it now, where we can just go we can call Jonathan, we call whoever, and then he might get the information or might not get the information. But so that's kind of how I was looking at this as far as, okay, no, I'm gonna start with the superintendent, and if he designates someone else, then I'll start talking with that person, but my first initial start is gonna be with the super.
So I read this as it's up to the superintendent to either designate someone or to revoke that. So he could at any time say, you know what, everything comes to me.
Right, but I had to start with him either way, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Because you won't know who his designee is if you haven't started with him.
Right.
All right. Exactly.
Right, that's why I was saying, that's why I said just start directly with the superintendent.
Okay. I'll see if there's language there around communicating first. Same thing below.
I'm gonna do it anyway now.
Same thing below. We'll keep the designee, except Julia, you don't want to copy board leadership on stuff.
Yeah, if you had a neutral council president where the board chair didn't have a point of view, The board chair and everybody else is, when there's the written report, they're going to know about it. Just we're all independently elected.
We are all independently elected, but the board, I guess my issue here is I feel like board leadership needs to know what the issues that the board's having are so that they can help address them.
So, but because we're all independently elected and you might have a point of view, the relationship should be between the superintendent and an individual board member.
Yeah, I think I just disagree on this one. I think it's important for board leadership to know, because board leadership, changes
Okay.
over time anyway, but I think if there are requests being made by board members to the superintendent, that board leadership may know, there may be all kinds of discussions going on, and this has already happened. I'm sure this happened when you were chair. It's definitely happened when I was chair, that you find out that a question has been asked and you realize that there's actually already been work done on that member may not have known, but you were sort of brought into it late.
Well, I really disagree, and I feel like as an independent elected board member that communications between a board member and the superintendent don't need to go through another board member.
Well, they're not going through the board member.
Or
They're
be,
just
or be copied on.
So why do you not want board leadership to know?
Well, I
guess.
told you, because a board leader might have a different point of view.
Okay.
And but it's not required, and it's also not in our policies. I think it's a huge infringement on an individual board member and their relationship with the superintendent, and,
Well,
and be able to communicate directly with that.
But I'm still struggling why it's an infringement. You can have any communication you want. It's just the board member is aware of it.
Why? Yes.
Can you speak to the mic so we can hear you?
I think I agree with Andrew on this one, because I think just from when I was board chair, it helps to navigate the meeting. It helps to sometimes resolve stuff. I see it as the facilitation role of the chair. I think it's important that the chair sort of be on board in. I hear what you're saying about feeling like your relationship with the person is policed, but I think we have lots of opportunities, like with our individual one-on-ones or other times, to speak to the superintendent. But I think
Actually, I would say there, aside from the one-on-one, which is once a month if you're a regular board meeting, there aren't those opportunities, especially if you have a full-time job and you're not, at the central office or dropping by or calling him, and it's by your communication is by email. I think it's just inappropriate.
What's the problem we're trying to solve here?
Well, I don't think that individual board members need to be copying other board members who are our peers on our communications with the superintendent.
Yeah, I'm looking at it and I'm just trying to understand, well, if a request is made by a board member to the direct report, and I guess my thinking is if the direct report feels it needs to be shared, couldn't that direct report share it?
Right, so
I'm just saying, like, could the direct report share it out if they wanted to? Because they might not, I'm just saying, I don't want to take the onus away from the direct report either, to say, well, this is not something I really might want to share with everyone, or this is something I might want to share with.
But see, I think you're putting that onus on. I don't want to take it away from the board. I think the onus is on us to communicate with one another, and not to communicate through the superintendent with one another.
But in that case, it should be copied to the whole board. I'm just saying if we're going to,
if it's a substantive question, Andrew, the answer gets shared out with the whole board anyway.
The answer does, but I'm saying that even the question. I
feel
think
it's like a
this is a
major
governance
policing.
issue. I'd be curious to hear from other folks. I think one of the board chair and board leadership's role is to help manage the issues throughout the year, and I think the way you manage that is by knowing what board members care about.
Well,
So if a board member says, "I'm really interested in this," the board chair needs to know that. I don't think we need to put that on Guadalupe.
Why does the board chair need to know that? I just think it's usually then as a way to manage or control, and I think we're all independently elected, we're peers, and that's not something that in our policy is contemplated. I've been the board chair twice,
Well,
and a board leadership, and people didn't copy me and it was fine, because I do expect, when I was a board chair, I expected everybody to have their own individual relationship with the superintendent, and they communicate different ways. And,
Okay.
and
so
I didn't feel
I'm-
like I
I'm-
needed to.
Okay, I think you've made, other folks, I mean, I want to keep it, but I'm curious what the board thinks.
I'm just concerned about like power hoarding and how that plays out with us, who has access, who doesn't. So
What would you like to see? Would you like to keep this or change it?
I'm fine keeping it.
Yeah. I'm fine keeping it, and I think where this section is going is to the conversations we've had around information requests that one individual might have that take a lot of time, and that's part of that can be part of the chair's role to help navigate that, and eventually sometimes figure out, does the majority of the board think that this is something that the superintendent needs to spend time on. But if that's not being conducted under secrecy, then it's harder for us to have that collaborative conversation.
I feel like words like secrecy
Well, I think so.
implies that something is wrong with somebody sending a communication to the superintendent.
I just want to say
And I
that-
don't think that's wrong, and also, there are things in which you might not want to be sharing with other board members, and I just feel like that adds on, whether it's the chair and the vice chair, then you've got 3 people on an email, and if we have a process, Director Constam, to your point, information requests, there's a whole other section that's very prescriptive in here about information requests, so.
And I will say, as being chair this year, I think it's very important for the chair to know what those information requests are. There have been a lot that I found out about later that, again, I think we could have headed a lot of things off earlier. That's my whole goal. But Gary, do you have thoughts on this?
I mean, like I said, I just.
Turn your mic on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it seems like could be used as a control mechanism as well. If, like, for instance, if I'm a board member and, board chair Amy decides she wants to talk to Guadalupe about something and, I don't agree with it, then I could, my own biases or my own opinion about that could get in the way and affect that. Right, so I worry about that a little bit by having to copy the board leadership on that. That's just my own thing.
So you would take it out?
I probably would take it out.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Herman?
I think when I look at this, now that I know what we're talking about, I want y'all to know I've been paying attention. I have, not really. So, but because I'm an elected official, I'm always go talk to the superintendent directly. I'm just, if I got something to say to him, I'm gonna say it. Now, I don't ever have a problem sharing with you or chair or vice chair, Gary, or anybody for that matter, what I said, but I'm never going to feel as though I have to get an okay from any of you to speak to the superintendent. If I got an issue, if I got something to say, if I got a question, then I'm gonna let him know this is where I'm at. And then if you want to know, I can let you know too. But at the end of the day, I'm an elected official, the same as everybody else that sits on this thing. And I feel like we all hold each other to the same high expectation of making sure that that what we're taking to the superintendent or what we're taking to each other, that it's been well thought out, is considerate, that we're thinking about the larger picture and not just my personal feelings, and that if I can't say it to him, then I shouldn't say it to you, and if I can't say it to you, I shouldn't say it to him. I'm just gonna always go talk to him. That's just it. It is what it is, and no one has to like it, and I don't care what we write on the paper.
There's no gatekeeping here. This is not
right. That's what I said. I just want to be very clear.
Just information sharing. So,
Yeah.
so would you hold on a second. So, Herman, would you keep it or would you get rid of it?
To me, it's irrelevant. It really is. It's a moot point, because whether it's on the paper or not, then the only thing that would make me do, somebody might be able to say that I'm in violation of not following the rules, because I don't care what we write down. I'm going to talk to the superintendent And if I got an issue, I'm going to talk to him about it.
This
and-
doesn't say you can't talk to the superintendent. This says if you have a specific request of the superintendent, that you include the board chair. So if you were going to request that the superintendent does a TikTok dance,
And vice chair.
then you include the board chair in that.
If I'm gonna make the superintendent, if I'm gonna try to make the superintendent do a TikTok dance, trust me, I've already talked to everybody on the board because I need at least 4 of y'all to vote on it to say yes.
I just want to be clear, we're
So-
talking about the same,
Yes.
like, we are not.
Byrony, I have seen your TikTok, Byrony. I've seen your TikTok. It was good. It was good.
that was huge.
I did.
And
I saw
Parker
it.
wants us to know he was in it too.
Our
right, so
communications
Herman,
director
we're
did
gonna move
actually
on.
make a TikTok with
But
all of us, so it's an
I
option.
do agree with that a little bit because I think it could, maybe not for us here, but I think it could be a way of gatekeeping for someone who don't necessarily have the morals that we have.
I'm just curious how it can be gatekeeping. There's no restriction. You're not saying go to the board chair before you go to the superintendent. You're just saying copy the board chair. I'm really struggling to understand why copy. So why? I'll tell you exactly why. There have been multiple times this year as chair that requests have been made by board members that I was completely unaware of. I find out about those 1 to 2 weeks later after other stuff has been going on. We've been talking about agenda, we've been talking about other things, and I'm like, I had no idea that request was made, whether it was an information request or a request for, to do a site visit or a request of the superintendent and his team. And I will just tell you, it made my job harder. Now, those of you who have served in leadership, maybe you didn't find the same thing.
Oh, no, we did.
And I'm just, again, like, I'm not going to be chair next year. I might not even be on the board next year. So, like, right now we're 4-2, and Herman's not willing to say that he wants to keep the language or not. So I don't really know.
Well, if you just want me to say take it out, then I'll say take out the language.
So now we're 4-3. So that's a challenge. Four people want to keep it, and 3 people want to get rid of it. I will just say it is challenging to do this job when your board members are not willing to share with you the request they're making to the superintendent. And I find it, I'll just be blunt, I find it very frustrating to hear people say that you intentionally don't want to share. I kind of thought it was just, we just didn't really have it in our practice. What I'm hearing from board members is, no, you actually intentionally don't want the board chair to know about stuff you've asked the superintendent. That makes it very hard for us to be a team.
I want to just acknowledge you.
That seems like that implies
I don't
like
think anybody's saying
bad
that.
motives, and I don't think that's the case at all. It's just board members have different points of view, different perspectives. Like I say, some forms of government have the council president as somebody who doesn't vote. But the board chair actually votes and has an opinion, and sometimes they have a really strongly held opinion. And so something comes through to the superintendent that you really disagree with. Are you going to, not you, because.
But are you going to what? I mean, what?
Well, I guess.
Do what? I mean, play that out. What would the board chair do?
Manage things so, it doesn't happen, so your point of view prevails.
Right, so that it doesn't get on the agenda, which is,
Well, I don't know.
the board chair's prerogative, right?
Well,
I'd like to hear what Michelle was trying to say, because it felt like it was something, you were trying to say something there, both Michelle and I.
I wanted to acknowledge Scott, Director Scott, Chair Scott, and just saying there were multiple times I'm aware of that I experienced exactly the same thing that you have. And I attribute it to being a woman, being a black woman, like all kinds of, I have a full-time job. I was like intentionally kept out of the loop sometimes. And at some point I just had to just know that and move forward, but it was bothersome to me. That's just a personal share.
So I think in the spirit of transparency, if we're going to have it in there, I think if it's something that needs to be shared with the whole board, if it's going to be a transparency issue, then if not, then we just take the whole thing out.
The whole thing, the whole section?
That whole section part.
I don't think anybody was trying to say that they intentionally don't want the board chair to know. I think the messaging needs to be loud and clear that each one of us sitting at this table has a right to speak to the superintendent about whatever it is that we want to speak to the superintendent about.
Yeah.
No one at this table has to, so I think any language that would lead someone to feel as though you have to get permission is the language that needs to be changed. And I don't think that that's what this language does. Yeah. But again, I shouldn't say but, because but means disregard everything that I just said, and I'm trying to avoid that. And again, I would say that intent does not negate impact. right? So if the impact of what we have said has caused someone to feel as though,
I think the whole audio just went out.
yeah, if the impact of what we, power shuts off at a while.
gone too long. They've turned off the heat.
Yeah, they're unplugging stuff. That's what we want. That's what I think we would need to deal with.
Hold on.
Why? I'm talking to Andrew.
No, I
think
know,
it's
but we
probably
gotta,
better.
we gotta be able to have.
Gotta be able to hear. Can nobody hear? No testing.
Chair Scott, is there any reason we have to finish this tonight? I think.
Nope.
This is like them
Except if we don't
teams
finish it tonight.
that shut me off after 45 minutes. And I told Jonathan I can't be on teams because I get cut off after 45 minutes because I can't talk longer than that.
There's a lot.
Oh, you already know.
Okay.
I mean, I think the most important thing here is that information is shared. I think there's some,
I think we actually can't. Oh wait, are we back on?
Oh, yeah, that's happening, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean,
No.
No, I mean clearly it's not. If Andrew is stating,
My mom's asking what our ETA is.
Is she still
I'm just
watching?
wondering.
What our ETA is.
No, like I need to know when I'm going to get home. So like
I think we're
generally-
gonna wrap up. I think we're not gonna finish this tonight. Herman, did you want to finish your comments now that we're
I
back
just
on?
want to be clear that as a board, that we are not trying to keep any information from anyone, but rather, however, we are trying to make sure that we have a free flow of access to our only direct report, really. And so I think that's what I want to be clear about, because I don't want you feeling like, well, Herman, why didn't you tell me about this? It is what it is. I mean, I don't want you to feel that way. So
Well, yeah.
So I got a quick suggestion. So I if there's something that someone wanted to speak with the superintendent about, they could probably speak to the superintendent about it during their one-on-ones.
I don't go to mine. He just has to call me and tell me what's going on.
I guess there's two things I would say. There is a sentence before this, which I want to make sure the board focuses on, that the superintendent reports to the board as an entity and not to any individual board member,
That's
including
correct.
the board chair, right? And so I think like that's what this is all about is the superintendent. There's nothing, I keep hearing we're independently elected officials, but we're independent elected officials with zero power. The only power we have is as a majority. And I think that's
And four.
that's important.
mutually exclusive. So for example, I could pick up I could send an email like, hey, I went to the Southeast Guiding Coalition last night and this thing happened that really upset me, or that was a bad process. And it's a sharing with the superintendent of something that is information that, for example, that I think I want to share with the superintendent, and it may not be, depending on what the information is, it may be just something that needs to be shared directly with the superintendent. It's not a request for information. I mean, there's all kinds of other processes already.
It's not a request, which is what that says.
Pardon?
It's not a request.
Right.
This is speaking to requests.
Well, it makes it sound like it's any sort of communication.
It says request. I guess here's the last question I'll ask hold on. The last question I have is the superintendent free to share with any board member anything that a board member tells him? Because what I'm hearing you say is the answer would be no, and I'm not comfortable putting the superintendent in that situation.
He can always share anything I've said
He
to
should
him.
always be able, no matter what any of us tell him, he should always be able to turn around and have a
Absolutely,
conversation
100%.
with the board chair, board vice chair. If that's the case, then
100%.
why not just have this language that allows that copying? Because otherwise, if a board
I'm fine
member,
with the superintendent's discretion.
so you're fine. Anything that goes to the superintendent, he can turn around to board leadership and forward it to them. But we're not okay copying him directly.
Do we want to repeat the whole conversation we just had?
Well, I thought I just heard you say
already
something different.
Told you why I feel uncomfortable with having it copied to board leadership.
But you're comfortable with the superintendent sharing it with board leadership.
I'm comfortable with the superintendent using his discretion of what should be shared.
All right.
I'm not comfortable with board leadership directing the superintendent to share everything.
Okay. We're going to stop the conversation because it's 11 o'clock at night. This particular issue, we've got 4 people who want to keep the language and 3 who want to get rid of it. So I'm as board chair, I'm going to figure out what to do and bring it back to y'all next time around.
Misunderstanding here, because to me, the critical word here is
Request.
This is not about policing communication, and that's what it seemed like this conversation was about.
From a
It's about making
From a process standpoint, there's a few more pages we need to go through. I'm going to talk to Roseanne about whether we can put that on a work session agenda coming up so that we can move forward with the protocols, but we'll get back to you in terms of the overall timing. Was there anything else on our agenda for tonight?
Is it possible, if we're going to do another round of this, that we get like a week in advance or some period of time in advance that we have a chance to look at it, at whatever, if we're
Yeah,
gonna,
you should get it
if we're not
12
gonna
days
just-
in advance before we vote on it.
Pardon?
12 days in advance before we vote on it.
Right. No, I guess
I'm
what
serious.
I meant is, no, what I meant is, there's going to be some things that we talked about tonight that there's going to be whatever landed language.
Yeah.
That we have a chance to look at that.
Yeah.
Before we, at the same time we look at the next, the second half of the tranche.
Oh, I see. Before that next conversation, do what we've done.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe.
know if that's possible.
I'll
If it
see if we
is.
have time.
Okay.
If we have time, we will.
Because then it might just speed things.
Okay, and we did the consent agenda. I think we did everything else. Good. We're adjourned.
Jeez.